LoveLore Library. Chapter 240. Ever since Gilgamesh turned from the hero king to the golden retriever, he went from lucky A to lucky E. Because of the golden rule, his fur was always shaved bald. Because he called himself the king, his character was always insulted. Because he was arrogant and liked to act cool, his dog face was always beaten. Because he pursued self-pleasure, his fat was always accumulating. 800 years ago, Gilgamesh woke up with the power of the world, lying drunk on a beauty's lap, living a very comfortable life. After turning into a dog in the blink of an eye, the king of Uruk woke up and ran parallel bars and a treadmill to burn his calories. It wasn't easy for him to keep his fur, but it caused him to become fat. It wasn't easy for him to lose his fat, but he realized that Aizen was one step ahead of him. It wasn't easy for him to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. He was just a step away from transforming. His owner had actually disappeared. How unfortunate. He waited bitterly for a long time, so long that his companions were all taken away by the space-time rift. In the end, Gilgamesh accidentally stepped into the hunter's trap. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. He was like a lump of meat being squeezed in the long and narrow tunnel. He almost vomited out the dog food he ate in the morning. Just as he could not bear it any longer, fresh air suddenly entered his nostrils. It brought with it an indescribable vitality and energy. It made him feel much more relaxed. He adjusted his posture and landed on the ground from midair. Gilgamesh sniffed the scent in the wind and suddenly smelled the long-lost scent of his owner. At that moment, the hero king was extremely excited. He wished he could immediately jump into Yijiosa's arms. Just a little more. Just a little more. He could immediately transform back into a human and restore his former pride and glory. The golden retriever barked, turned around, and rushed towards the tall building behind him like a whirlwind. It was so fast that it caught the gatekeeper off guard. Owner! Owner! This king is coming. Woof dash. Shao Jia was seriously injured, but he refused to say, "I admit defeat." No matter how much he sweated or bled, his eyes were still clear and determined, firmly locked onto his opponent, Hanzo. Shao Jia, just admit defeat. Some people couldn't stand it anymore. You'll die if you continue like this. There will still be opportunities in the future. Don't be stubborn. Hurry up and surrender. Some examinees couldn't control their temper and seemed to hate children. You're not strong enough, yet you refuse to admit defeat. What's the difference between this and being willful and shameless? Hanzo is much stronger than you. Are you trying to act shamelessly? Shut up. Scrubbing. Punishment. Cross. Twist. Pupa. Shoulder. Turbulent faction love force. Tyrant Minamata black pot. The gloomy tone of the statement told a cruel truth. The examinee seemed to be scared stiff, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yijiosa sighed and raised his hand to rub the strange. Ha! Mo Jue 3. Yuanhua. Che Mohuang Oval School. Block Emperor and Chaoya. Jisi frame. Stuttering and stuttering, boasting about one's looks and having a cleavage. Kojo Kajochi. Radon suction. Sodium sulfate. Plutonium fusion. Shao Jia couldn't move from the beating. Hanzo was on the brink of rage and helplessness. But the opponent didn't say, "I admit defeat," so this battle had to continue. Shao Jia is only 12 years old, but he's already very strong. Yijiosa's voice sounded, "How many people here would not admit defeat under such a violent beating? Let's not talk about other things. If we were in the same S-level intelligence work and were both in the enemy's torture room, Shao Jia would perform better than anyone else." Yijiosa continued, "Being able to withstand a beating is also a skill. If you can't beat him under the same circumstances, then don't look down on others. You're right to say that he's shameless and willful, but pure naughty kids won't be able to withstand such punches and kicks. As for them, they'll only lower their heads and hold a grudge. But Xiao Jie, look at his eyes. Determination and no resentment. He looks like a simple-minded kid. To be honest, Xiao Jie was like a puppy of the White Dog clan. His behavior was more similar to that of a dog. And Yi Jiuze, who has raised many dogs, couldn't help but put in a good word or two for him. If Hanzo continued to fight, he might have to step in and stop him. The hunter exam could be redone, but what if the kid's body was broken? Yi Jiuze watched the development of the situation as he switched his mantra to 7 talents. When Tensiga was being reforged, he collected some of the sword's fragments. So as long as there was Tensiga's aura around him, it wouldn't be a problem to switch to 7 talents for a short period of time. Moreover, Cloud Shang mantra only needed 2 fans to restore HP and mana, so it was very easy to use. Just as Yi Jiuze was preparing, Hanzo, who had a helpless expression on his face, said, "I admit defeat," allowing the unconscious Xiao Jie to advance successfully. As a ninja with a bottom line, Hanzo couldn't forcefully kill a child's future, nor could he do something like destroying the other's talent. He admired Xiao Jie's tenacity, and he looked forward to his growth. Hanzo shook his head and smiled bitterly. The seriously injured Xiao Jie was taken away by the examiner for treatment. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of the previous exam, but they found out that the second exam was about to begin. This time, the character was Qi. Muyan frame. Qin. Modeled, just like a small barium field. Yi Jiuze was startled, but he immediately prepared. He had teamed up with the nail guy in the despicable trap tower before, so he knew that the nail guy's real strength was far more than what he showed. He had a high chance of winning against the nail guy, but Qi. Sherdao. Yo, there's. Difficult to steal at the gorge. Xinzhong Emperor inlaid with nether machinery. Thus, Yi Jiuze frowned and decided to go online to save the person if something went wrong. Qi. Guanji is still. Merge. Courtyard Na Zhao is actively hooking Wu. Beside the roundworm, Su Badgerine Jian. However, the development of the situation was like a wild horse with a prolapsed anus, galloping recklessly on the prairie. In front of all the candidates, the nail-wearing guy pulled out all the nails and returned to the appearance of a beautiful woman with an oval face and big eyes. Due to the huge difference in appearance, it was as if a beautiful picture had been photoshopped. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't react at all. They could only listen as the beauty introduced himself in a flat voice. He was Qi Kuei. Plum point zinc steel that shaped toad real. Forgive me for stopping. He had sacrificed a lot of his precious time to participate in the hunter exam so that he could get a hunter certificate with a fixed salary and benefits. He also wanted to catch his brother who had escaped from home. Then, he uncovered the dark history of his own younger brother. In order to run away from home, the unbridled brat stabbed his own mother and his own second brother. While everyone looked at her as an unfilial son, Illumi conveyed her family's kind condolences. Qi. What a bunch of flattery and despicable temples. Fong Fong. Finger break. Ji Shi Si Hua Ji Xie Si Hua. Swoosh. Swoosh. Everyone. There were too many things to complain about, they didn't know what to say. Illumi stared at Qi Kuei with her clear eyes. Fawn. Blasphemy. Jimmy difficult school. Frozen flounder wasteland luo jia jie jie fong. Hard and salty shu barium nai. But Xiao Qi. You're very disobedient. Illumi stretched out her hand and slowly reached out to Qi Kuei. Heart knocking on Huang Bo. When X in meeting with Qian Huang. Whip * chanting brain bow. Paw. Hasty brook may. Dumb swan chew. A twisted and dark thought pressed down on Chi Kue. Tao Wu finally disturbed Miao Kue's obedient visit. Huang Bo Kong practicing pure ditch man. Lin Pao Tritium Urn Dai Bowl. Lin Pao Tritium Urn Dai Bowl. At this moment, Alumi was like a demon that controlled everything. She slowly revealed her ferocious claws and teeth. Shao Qi, you're an assassin, how can you have friends? Hey, you. Leo could not stand it anymore. He just wanted to yell at Alumi. Who would treat their brother like this? At the critical moment, Kalapika stopped him. Don't be impulsive. That guy is a very scary person. Friends are unnecessary, aren't they? Alumi seemed to be implying something. You're an assassin who lives underground and can't see the light. Why would you want to walk under the sun with others? Yi Joseph pursed his lips, rolled up his sleeves, and switched his internal force to Great Void Sword Intent. You're a killer. You'll never be able to live a normal life. Do you think you can escape? Chi. Bang. Chi. Ankle locks. Perfect. Miana. Baths with baths, you're not like them, Mickey. Bang. For giving money to visit the frost desecration. Flatternai. The Aussie overstepped the law and supported the eunuchs. Hold. The Empress Dowager is stunned. Collapse. Nephew of the Yen Nunnery. Soul. Knock on the door quietly. Ko. Bang dash, suddenly, the door of the training field was smashed open. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a golden-haired dog stood majestically at the door. Alumi, who was interrupted, turned her head away in a bad mood. Gilgamesh's scarlet eyes scanned the area quickly and locked onto Yi Jose. He barked excitedly and ran like a rocket launcher. To Yi Jose's surprise, he ran wildly to her side. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Master, I missed you so much. Your spiritual power. Damn. Civilization. Yi Jose squatted down and hugged the dog. His eyes were filled with the joy of meeting an old friend. I thought the first one to find me would be Saishomaru. I've been looking forward to it for nothing. The golden-haired dog wagged its tail even more happily. He barked loudly with his head held high, but accidentally bumped into the dog's head that popped out of the straw basket. Gilgamesh. Luoluo. This woman had another dog by her side. Gilgamesh snorted through his nostrils, a look of extreme contempt on his face. With the help of Yi Jose's hand that was stroking his fur, the hero king happily dropped 5 to 6 pure gold barley. Yi Joseph put away the gold barley as if it was a matter of course. Then, he stroked the dog's fur twice and plucked off 7 to 8 pieces of gold the size of a fingernail. At this moment, not only did the examinees gasp, but even the examiners couldn't help but widen their eyes. In all their lives, they had only heard of the hen that lays golden eggs and the money tree that grows from the ground in fairy tales. Everyone thought that those were made-up stories, but they didn't expect it to be the truth. After the demon horse whose hooves were burning with flames, there was a dog that produced gold by itself. How many more unexpected things could this woman take out? Don't mess around. Be civilized. Yi Joseph patted his dog head. You're in the middle of an exam. Be quiet. Gilgamesh sat down obediently. The door was right in front of him. Today, no matter what, Yi Joseph was his uncle. At that moment, Alumi walked past Chi Huang in the center of the examination hall. Hand berry meow. Ping pong poison attic licking centipede. Fawning over the promontory, difficult to palangbo. Road ren admonishing would Shang-Chi mellow. As if. Long time ago, I fell in love with you. The young master who beat up the enemy guest showed his most kind side. He stretched out his hand, and with a stiff smile, he said to Yi-Josa, let's be friends. Kulolo. It was time for him to reconsider his decision to beat up the young master of the enemy guest family. Chi. Guanghan carrying the Cantonese on his back and plotting a starling skeleton in a drought. Yi-Josa's dead fish eyes were wide open. The corners of the examinees' mouths twitched. The slap to the face came too fast, like a tornado. Brother, do you still remember what you said before about friends are useless? Do you remember? Do you fucking remember? Little Cheat did well. Assassins need friends too. Illumi tilted her head and spoke in an unusually frank and honest tone. We've been walking in the dark for a long time, so we need some sun as well. Everyone was speechless. Although we are assassins, we also need to live the lives of ordinary people. Illumi was quick to learn from her mistakes. We're the same as ordinary people. Besides, our reputation for beating up enemies is much higher than that of ordinary people. We beat up our enemies, but we will never betray our friends, clients. We will never let our friends, fat sheep, die. Friendship, nuns, is not superfluous. Chi. Old bones. I feel like I've never really known my own brother. Be friends with me. In the future, if you ask me to kill someone, I can give you a 20% discount. Yi-Josa. I don't know where to start, but I spit it out deep. Chi. Bang. Catching the old and throwing the young. Punishment. Fei si she. Vanish. Soar. Polypus. Panya. Choose. Do you want to stop? Terashiji Sanjun. Chi. Old bones. Illumi looked at the golden retriever meaningfully. It's getting cold. It's time to mate with Mao and San Mao. The hunter candidates of the 287th batch were the weirdest batch that all the examiners had ever led. Not to mention Illumi, who admitted defeat in order to make friends, Sisso, who twisted his waist and moaned wildly as soon as he entered the field, was already an eyesore. By the time the final exam ended, only 9 of the 14 candidates had passed. However, the number of 9 had far exceeded the target of previous years. It was the highest number of candidates that had passed the exam in all the years. President Nitro was overjoyed and decided to personally issue the qualification certificates to the candidates. Everything went smoothly, except for Chi. Chi. Would you like to consult me about my illness? Juan. Fu. As long as there was a big brother watching, Chi. Fan. Fu. Mi Shujo, hot pine pond generous round folded K flute. My biceps are swollen. Fu. Ha. Fu. Visit by Kujiaoliang. Fu. At the same time, Illumi was introducing the withered mountain to Yi-Josa in a flat tone. My house is on the withered mountain. It's not high, only 3,000 meters. Everyone. Not high. Apologize to 3,000 meters, you bastard. There are birds and flowers on the mountain. There are fierce beasts, but they usually don't bite. They're very kind. Chi. Old bones. Sheath leeches. Elsholt. Jinghuan ants. Iliac ants. The enemy hunter family loves animals. They have 2 cute puppies in the yard. I think they'd be happy to be your dog's partner. Kolua. If I remember correctly, your puppies are 5 meters tall, right? The enemy hunter family's food is very rich and nutritious. You can eat any delicacy. Qi. Old bones. Yi chang yi qing yu shu yong jing. Dirt. Tube emperor excrement bloated dirt. The enemy hunter family is united and warm. It's a friendly family. Everyone. I beg you to shut up. Beat up the enemy hunter young master. You won't have a future if you pick up girls like this. Is Illumi going to pick up girls? Not really. At this moment, in this situation, in Illumi's eyes, heart, and mind, there was only that arrogant and cute golden retriever with glossy fur and a little baby fat. If he hadn't restrained himself from becoming enemies with Yi Joza, he would have snatched the golden retriever over and petted it 1,000,000 times. That was his heavenly dog. Furthermore, she was his dream dog. For this dog, he could. Xiao Yi. Sisso's voice trembled as he whined, Xiao Yi has never invited me to the withered mountain. Why don't you bring me along? What do you think? Illumi. As it turned out, for the sake of this dog, Irumi was willing to kick Sisso in the face and shove his head into the mud. Shut up. Illumi's long hair moved even though there was no wind, concealing his expression. He was like a furious Sadako. Stay away from me. You're scaring my important guest. Sisso. Ku Luoluo. TSK, a partner of a few years. How could he just kick him like that? Illumi was a person who did great things. He would turn against him when he needed to. In the end, in order to make Chi Daddy's umbrella protector. Poison enchantment pan. Abandoned drought tomb punishment. Narrow and vulgar promontory zinc map easy to obtain reward. Ba. Jiao Chang Butu. Tomb. Field. At the same time, in the faraway Dongguochuo natural region, a wave of energy that contained the power of the forest slowly spread like the tide. Amidst the majestic spiritual light, Yoshi Asakura's long hair danced in the wind as his aura overflowed. When the final transformation was completed, he smiled and began to communicate with the soul of this planet. Everything went smoothly at first, until he discovered a pitch-black area that could not be detected darkness continent. Falling into a garbage dump as soon as he arrived in the new world had undoubtedly made his mood drop to the lowest point. At this time, there were still people who were not afraid of death provoking him. Newcomer. Leave your sword, armor, and clothes behind. A man with a face full of scars laughed evilly. Of course, it's not bad if you leave them behind, ha ha ha. The whole crowd laughed. Even if Saishomaru's entrance was very flashy and he was a powerhouse, Meteor Street was never afraid of battles, especially psychic ability users who had lived here for many years. They only knew that Saishomaru did not cover the entanglement at the first moment, did not know how to use absolute the moment he landed, and did not even release a simple chi. He was probably a rookie who only knew how to use some small tricks to scare people. How could there be a reason to let go of such a fat sheep? A small group of 6 or 7 people gathered, and the psychic pressure around them rose sharply. They attacked at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed towards Saishomaru's face. In a flash, the long green whip suddenly lashed out, and the 6 or 7 people were all thrown dozens of meters away, heavily smashing into the garbage dump, and there was no movement for a long time. The long whip coiled in the air, flew, and retracted into Saishomaru's fingertips like a spirit snake, as if it had never appeared. Is he a telekinesis ability user? Someone muttered to himself. Doesn't look like it. Someone activated his own telekinesis, I saw it, the 3 swords on his waist are real, not fake. Enhancer. Someone seemed to remember something, I remember Spider. There's a guy named Nobunaga, he's an enhancer who uses swords. Stay away. This guy gives me the feeling that he's too dangerous. Whether it was the witch priestess or the telekinesis ability user, Saishomaru who had embarked on the path of the Demon King was indeed extremely dangerous. And he, too, did not have much patience. Saishomaru restrained the hand that wanted to pull out Broken Tooth and turned to Tingya. With his strength, he did not need to rely on indiscriminate killing to prove it. Keeping this group of humans alive was only because they were still useful. Tingya. Saishomaru listened to Tingya's low whisper, the tip of his ears moved slightly, and gently swung his sword. In the next second, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, and a cold and gloomy aura bloomed. It was as if an entire galaxy was flowing in full rotation, and it easily swallowed a garbage mountain that was more than 30 meters high, without leaving a trace. It really disappeared, leaving only a pile of intact wreckage and a group of cold humans. Powerhouse. He was a powerhouse. He was a powerhouse that could not be provoked. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Under the sudden burst of thick demon power from Saishomaru, no one could move their stiff legs, let alone take a small step. Saishomaru elegantly put away his long sword, and said coldly, "Human, if you don't want to die, answer my questions honestly." In the polar region covered in ice and snow, the strong cold wind blew against the glaciers, blowing a mournful tune. In the boundless pale world, a team of hunters advanced against the wind and snow. There were 7 of them, carrying backpacks and dragging their equipment. They tightened their hoods and scarves, and exhaled a small mouthful of ice shards. Their leader was one of the 5 strongest psychics in the world, Kim Fullis. He had messy hair, a tattered felt hat, and a face full of stubble. If not for his sharp gaze and imposing manner, he would have looked like a handsome uncle exuding a decadent aura. On Kim's left were his temporary partners Imo Laowu and Norb, while on Kim's right was a youth with unfathomable strength who had risen overnight in recent years, Freedom Wave. The youth was tall and muscular, with exquisite features and a cold temperament. At first glance, he looked like a delicate boy, but when he attacked, he looked like a hellish Azura. Freedom Wave was a boy personally brought back by President Nitro 3 years ago. He had no background, parents or relatives, and was discovered by Nitro by chance only because the boy could kill a magical beast that had drifted over from the Dark Continent without activating Psychic. It was a 3-headed python that was 50 meters long. It had no problem opening its mouth and swallowing a person whole. It was covered in scales that even guns couldn't penetrate, and each of its 3 heads had different psychic abilities. It had come with the ocean currents, and on the night it came ashore, it had destroyed a small country and eaten tens of thousands of people. President Nitro had gone there personally precisely because the team of hunters he had sent earlier had all gone missing and become food for the python. Most terrifyingly, the python had begun molting after eating the hunters who had activated Psychic, becoming stronger and stronger. If left unchecked, the tragedy would only get worse. But Nitro had never expected to see a white-haired youth facing off against a python in the ruins of a sea of blood. Shielding the 5 survivors behind him, the youth burst out his bones and charged at the python like lightning, blinding one of its eyes with a single strike. The fight that followed was completely out of Nitro's expectations. The youth unleashed great combat ability, pressing down on the python and beating it violently. Even when blood rained down from the sky and the python's soul dispersed, he still didn't stop whipping its corpse. When the python died, the youth cut open its belly and dug out the undigested bones in the strong acid. Then, Nitro saw a shocking scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The white-haired youth unsheathed the long sword at his waist and plunged it into the sea of blood. A power different from Psychic spread out with him at the center, and wherever it passed, countless glowing butterflies flew up. Amidst the cries of the survivors, the youth's eyes were filled with compassion. Tens of thousands of light butterflies flew up, up, and up, circling above the youth's head fondly as if saying goodbye. Go. Go where you should go. The youth put away his sword and gazed at the sea of butterflies almost tenderly. Nitro had brought back this youth named Freedom Wave. It was said that the old man had even gone against the majority's wishes to groom the boy as the next president of the Hunters Association. And the groom lasted for 3 whole years. 3 years later, Freedom Wave was already a handsome 15-year-old youth. His true strength had never been revealed to the outside world. If not for the discovery of a species suspected to have come from the Dark Continent in the polar regions and the need for several experts to assist in the investigation. Right now, Riptide Freedom was probably still cultivating his telekinesis and body arts with Nitro. I heard that the magical beast we dug up this time was in human form. Gold yawned lazily. It was sealed in the ice. If the glacier hadn't shattered, it wouldn't have shown up. Nor pushed up his glasses and said, "You even brought me along. Are you going to bring it back?" "Yes. Your psychic powers can create an independent space, so it's easier to transport." Fifth MO took a puff and turned his eyes. Freedom Wave is really cold. He didn't say anything the whole time. Kimimara's green eyes flickered. "Instead of chatting, why don't you think about whether it's dead or alive?" Everyone suddenly fell silent. TSK, there's been quite a commotion in the Dark Continent in recent years. After a long while, Gold suddenly said, "The leeches went on a rampage 5 years ago, the tsunami 4 years ago, and the giant anaconda 3 years ago. It's been rather peaceful in the last 2 years, but I always feel that peace is scarier. It was like the calm before the storm, brewing an even more terrible disaster. Wasn't the Dark Continent isolated by humans since ancient times? It wasn't isolated by humans, but humans simply didn't have the ability to reach it." Gold let out a long sigh. "I've been there. With President Nitro and the patriarch of the Behemoth family, but even we were blocked outside the core." Low gasps came from the crowd. The combination of Nitro, Behemoth, and Fullus included the 3 strongest psychic powers in the world, but they were unexpectedly blocked outside the core even though they worked together. What kind of place was the Dark Continent? It's like another space, and another space is superimposed within another space. Gold rubbed his chin and recalled. "We entered the core, but I always felt that the so-called core was just a reward to comfort us. It gave us the illusion that we had discovered the truth, but it wasn't the truth at all. But we couldn't go any deeper. There were many monsters there that the 3 of us couldn't deal with even if we worked together. We were even hunted down quite badly." Gold didn't care if others knew the secrets of the past because he had an ominous feeling that something big was about to happen. But when he revealed the information about the Dark Continent, this discomfort would be slightly better. Humans could only retreat for now and rely on studying the species that occasionally flowed out of the Dark Continent to understand that place. The more I understand, the more I feel that the Dark Continent. We're here. They gradually reached the end of the ice field. What appeared before them was a huge glacier, and in the center of the glacier was a handsome young man who was sleeping. Dark brown hair, a pale face, and lips with a hint of blood. He wore a white suit and was neatly embedded in the ice. His hands were crossed over his abdomen like a noble. "He's completely human." Old Emo scratched his head. "He's basically a human. Suit, brown hair. He's definitely a human." His teammates exclaimed. Only Kimimara's eyes widened as he stared straight at the person in the ice. This face, this uniform, this figure. If his memory served him right, the guy in the ice had a face that was completely compatible with the pure-blooded emperor of the Black Lord Academy, 9 Orchid Flower. 9 Orchid Flower. Then the problem was, how could he clear the suspicion of this little friend being a species from the Dark Continent? Kimimara's face was stiff as he fell into deep thought. Republic of Bartogia, Withering Mountain, the exclusive territory of beating up guests. In front of the towering gates of the netherworld, Yi-Josa looked up at the gate, his neck aching. He knew that it was weird for an assassin family to beat up guests, but he really didn't know that this family could be as weird as the sun. Assassins. Assassins. Beating up guests not only turned the assassins into a legal profession, but they also paid taxes after earning money. This was already an eye-opener for him, but he didn't expect that beating up guests would not only pay taxes, but also develop tourism. And the place of tourism was the Withering Mountain, the gate of the beating up guests, and the base camp of the assassin family. Oh my God! Aren't you afraid that your enemies will seek revenge? You're an assassin family, but there's no one else who can amass wealth to this extent. But in Olumi's words, the scenery of the Withering Mountain was picturesque. Wouldn't it be a pity not to develop tourism? Moreover, instead of letting the enemies spend money to find out the geographical location of the beating up guests, it was better to let the enemies build their own roads that led directly to their homes. They could also squeeze a sum of money out of the enemies, so why not? More importantly, the two cute puppies raised by the beating up guests ate a little too much. If the enemies didn't take the initiative to send them to their doorstep, the daily food expenses of the puppies would be another huge expense. Therefore, in order to conveniently squeeze the last drop of blood out of the enemies, the tourism of the Withering Mountain had to be developed in full swing. Not only that, but they also had to spend money to advertise on TV and hire internet water armies to promote the address of the House of the Withering Mountain, so that it would be convenient for wave after wave of stupid birds to send themselves to their doorstep. It could be said that it was a labor of effort and a conscientious management. To this, everyone said, "Please shut up, Olumi." However, when they stood at the gate of the beating up guest's house, they realized that the strange thing wasn't over yet. The gate of the beating up guest's house was called the Gates of the Underworld. This towering gate was open all year round, but not many people could open it. There were a total of 7 gates of the underworld, and the minimum wrist strength needed to open the first gate was 2 tons. After that, the wrist strength needed to open the second gate increased by 4 tons, the third gate required 8 tons, and the fourth gate required 16 tons. After opening the gate, if one was lucky, they would encounter the guard dog of the beating up guests, the incomparably huge Fur-3. It was a giant dog, a terrifying and ferocious magical beast, and an emotionless killing machine. How could a dog that beat up guests be an ordinary dog? When you encounter Fur-3, you must stay calm, don't run, and stare at it bravely. Don't be afraid of it, and even provoke it. That way, you can die with a little bit of dignity. After Olumi finished introducing the gates of the underworld with a smile, she added, "Oh right, the food of the beating up guests is more poisonous. You can eat all kinds of different flavors here. We beating up guests is really hospitable," she said in a flat voice. Yi-Josa. Ku-luo-luo. Everyone. Even the young master was able to get rid of his single status. Was this world really broken? Tui, the young master was not only handsome and rich, but he also killed people like Scything Flax. How could he not be able to get rid of his single status? The guard was still holding the phone and trembling, but the housekeeper Wudong was already petrified on the other end. He quickly threw away the phone and ran to the surveillance room. After confirming that young Master Olumi had really brought a woman home, Wudong's serious face instantly turned into a furious expression. He stumbled as he ran into the depths of the main residence. He completely threw away his self-restraint as a housekeeper, Master Shiba. Madam Kikyo. Olumi. Young Master Olumi brought a woman home. A woman. Wudong's roar sounded from the depths of the main residence. In the next moment, the main residence, which originally had some movement, fell into a strange silence. After a long 10 or so seconds, Kikyo screamed and covered her face. Her electronic eyes turned into a snowflake screen. She kicked Shiba away and slapped Kurt away. She ran like a gust of wind towards the foot of the withered mountain. Illumi. Mommy's good child. Are you finally no longer single? That was great. It turned out that her son didn't have an affair with that red-haired pervert. It was truly an earth-shattering and worthy of celebration. As for opening the door to the underworld. No, there was no need. There was no need for that at all. It wasn't easy to find a girl who could chat with Illumi for 5 minutes without being killed by him. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find another one like this again. Kikyo madly ran over and pushed open the door with 2 slaps. For the first time, she ignored her eldest son, Illumi, and her most beloved Kikyo. Kikyo. Jealous. A poisonous polypus moth. Friends are shining brightly. Beautiful face. Big breasts. Thin waist. Perky buttocks. Good fertility. She screamed and excitedly cupped her face. If she was a telekinesis user, then that would be very good. If she was strong, then that would be even more perfect. Kikyo excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Yijosa's hand. Her electronic eyes trembled. Little girl, what's your name? How old are you? What's your occupation? Where do you live? How many people do you have? What are your hobbies? What are your strengths? Yijosa was speechless. He was a little touched to be held by a beautiful girl, but there seemed to be something wrong with her lines. Yijosa subconsciously looked at Illumi. After all, the beautiful girl came from the underworld. Illumi should at least introduce her. However, Yijosa realized that Illumi had completely ignored him. She quietly squatted down and put her hands through the golden retriever's lower abdomen. She picked him up, as if she had grown a pair of flying legs. With a whoosh, she jumped into the door to the underworld. Yijosa was dumbfounded. Gilgamesh was dumbfounded the whole time. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Ignore Illumi. He's a little shy. Kikyo waved his small handkerchief and said politely. Everyone. Shy. He's never had friends before, so he's shy. Kikyo gently wiped his non-existent tears. Everyone. Shy. That child is very happy to meet you. And to bring you home. Kikyo held Yijosa's hand tightly, afraid that the duck that was already in his mouth would fly away. Everyone. Happy. He must have had a good time with you. I'm so touched. Kikyo dragged Yijosa inside. Everyone. Happy. Chi. Bang. Dai Chinuatusone. Ha. Guanidine F. Lai. Ao Mang Ma Porcelain Sien Xiongli Ping Chi Lu Gu Wu. It was right to find it strange. Plucking out the clothes of the skeleton, Huan Bei Luan Yi's heart knock ci. Pirates. Pang Chao's poison emblem. Shao Jia counted his fingers in distress. Strange. Wet and yellow perch take turns to smell. Ha. Chi. Old bones. Chi. Boasting and praying proudly. Equals what was going on in his mother's head. Black beetle howling razor minamata ge luo exposed bad ko 5. Ring awards dazed. Feed in order to protect the friend that he had made with great difficulty, and also in order to successfully pass the punishment of running away from home. Chi. That thumb. Sentence, kill the pheasant. Former arrestor overclaimed Xiangyi Yi's song. You can stay here. You can only see me in about a month. V. Buck break. Ba yi shi ling ju si ji tao tu province. Shoo. Bang. 5 Rennie Huan Si base seizes umbrella. Shao Jia and the others had no objections, but they were worried about Yi Jiu's safety. She. Strange. Oxim cup wine stains. Uchiha X umbrella. For some reason, he had a terrible illusion that the woman would be forced to stay and beat up the enemy guests. But then again, Yi Jiusa was the first woman Illumi had brought home alive, so it wasn't surprising that it caused a huge uproar. His eldest brother, Illumi, had been single for 24 years. He was so single that even his parents, grandfather, and great-grandfather doubted his sexual orientation. A few years ago, his father had even arranged for women to be with Illumi. What did Illumi say at that time? His elder brother's face was wooden as he dialed Yuk Xian's auction number. Both he and his mother were dumbfounded. Other than this, Mickey. Guga Chow Mi. Mending exhibition. Is the toad captured? Rue. Do you respect the toad Tan Tong for playing tricks on you? Jianbei Pai cowardly Laos. Ah. Compost the eggs and sell them for a long time. He remembered what his big brother had said. Illumi had a blank expression on her face as she tilted her head to one side and explained the unprofitable business. I'm the one who spent money on a prostitute, and she's the one who enjoyed it. What's worse is that she even took my money. Grandpa never asked about his big brother's private life again. After that, his mother couldn't help but take action. According to the information, his big brother often went out with a red-haired man. It was suspected that he had come out of the closet. Of course, that was not possible. His mother picked an extremely beautiful girl and brought 300 million to seduce Illumi. What did his big brother do? Oh, he received 300 million, knocked the girl unconscious, and deliberately left her on the red-haired man's bed. The red-haired man didn't reject the beauty that came to him. They were entangled, but his big brother caught them in bed. You're too much. You actually touched the woman that my mother sent to me. Illumi's face was wooden as she began to extort him. 300 million. If you don't pay up, our partnership will end here. Thus, his big brother earned another 600 million. When he turned back, his mother was furious. Illumi even came back to teach him, Mickey. 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 Call Tangku. Mickey. Old skeleton. What the hell did you teach me? One could imagine that when Illumi refused to cooperate and only wanted to earn money, he couldn't even get a woman, let alone go on a blind date or get married. He was already 24 years old. His mother said that men were worthless after 25 years old, but he didn't know if it was true. Therefore, when the whole family was at their wits' end, Yi Jiusa suddenly appeared and beat up the enemy guests. Everyone, from great-grandfather Maha to the youngest Kurt, stared at Yi Jiusa like a curious animal. For example, now. When Mickey. D Street Mickey. 2G. Ni. Me. Provoking palm tree kuei. Poisonous fog tree kuei. Legs. This is Air Mao. A big white dog about 5 meters tall with muscles all over its body bared its fangs and stared at Yi Jiusa fiercely. Kikyu cupped his face. Look at how cute it is. Mickey. Old skeleton. Sorry, Mom, ordinary people would only find it scary. Yi Jiusa raised his head and looked at the white dog that resembled Saishomaru but had no demon markings and had shrunk a lot. He nodded in agreement. It's really cute. Mickey. Old skeleton. WTF, did he have a tinnitus just now? This is San Mao. A large dog about 5 meters tall with purplish-black fur covering its body and a thick stench of blood was staring at Yi Jiusa with a gloomy expression. Kikyu's electronic eyes trembled. Look at how strong it is. Mickey. Old skeleton. Sorry, Mom, for ordinary people, it was scary. Yijiosa and Sanmao looked at each other. Looking at its coarse, needle-like fur, he remembered the days when he slept on a Tibetan mastiff. He suddenly smiled. Yes, it's strong and warm. Mickey. Mickey. Shallow skeleton. He confirmed that it was the sister-in-law who beat up the enemy guests. Yijiosa was led to the main house by the housekeepers. He was led into the main hall by Kikyu in a daze and met a group of enemies. Maha, Jiannuo, Shiba, Miji, Kute. The 3 generations were all here. He didn't expect the assassin family to be so hospitable. They welcomed a guest together. It seemed that although they were in the dark, they still had a bright heart. Their worldview could still be salvaged. That was what Yijiosa thought. Of course, it would be better if they didn't use their psychic pressure when they saw him. The entire main hall was filled with heavy psychic pressure, but Yijiosa stood there without a change in expression. He was even able to maintain a smile and greet them politely. His strength was shocking. This time, not only Kikyu, but the rest of the enemies were almost moved to tears. Illumi is very good. Jiannuo sighed. Either she doesn't make a move, or she's a master when she makes a move. I'm so touched. Kikyu's electronic eyes turned into snowflakes. Illumi is Mom's good child. How can you cultivate? Miji shook his 200 kilograms of fat and said angrily, how could Illumi find such a beautiful girlfriend? Shouldn't he spend the rest of his life with a nun? Then, Miji was beaten to the ground by his father, Shiba. However, Miji's words still entered Yijiosa's ears. Wait. What girlfriend? What Illumi's girlfriend? What the fuck? So they weren't hospitable. They were here to see their future wife. No way. Absolutely not. That. Yijiosa was extremely nervous. Although he felt that it wasn't good to embarrass them like this, some misunderstandings had to be clarified. That, I'm not Illumi's boyfriend and girlfriend. You've misunderstood. I understand. He's still chasing after her. Please give him a chance. Kikyu wiped away his tears. No. I have a boyfriend. Yijiosa raised his voice. It's fine. You don't mind having one more, right? Kikyu took the initiative to promote. Yijiosa was dumbfounded. I do mind. My boyfriend and I love each other, and we are engaged. It's all right. We'll get rid of him cleanly, Kikyo vowed. Yijiosa. Not at all. Yijiosa naturally chose to draw his sword when he couldn't reason with them. He jumped out of the window and aimed at the forest. No, he wanted to beat up the enemy. Maybe he would have to pay for it. He raised his sword and aimed at the lake. But it didn't work. If he killed the piranhas, crocodiles, or pythons, he couldn't afford it. Yijiosa raised his sword to the sky and struck with the yin and yang transformation expressionlessly. The powerful and terrifying sword chi soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. The dark clouds that surrounded the withered mountain of carnage all year round were sliced into two. The dark blue Tai Chi blossomed high in the sky. When the clear air and the spiritual power washed over it, the layers of gray and misty things slowly faded away. For a moment, everyone felt that the sky above the withered mountain of carnage seemed to have become a little bluer. My boyfriend is stronger than me. Yijiosa tried to persuade them tactfully. Don't go against him, or you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. But at this moment, Compared to the problem of boyfriend and girlfriend, the attention of the enemies was clearly attracted by something else. Gieno adversary narrowed his eyes and asked, "When your psychic power enveloped the withered mountain of carnage, I saw something gray retreating. Was it an evil thought?" "Ah. You mean that layer of gray?" Ichiosa scratched his head. "What evil thought?" "That's the vengeful spirit of the people you killed. The enemies. Vengeful spirit. How should I put it?" Ichiosa organized his words. "After people die, they will have obsessions, and obsessions will evolve into spirits. You call them thoughts here, right? They were unwilling to die and wanted you to pay with your lives, but they didn't expect you to beat up the enemy guests with such a strong murderous aura that even vengeful spirits can't enter. What's worse is that you even have 2 dogs. Dogs ward off evil. The enemies ward off evil. To be honest, I quite support Chi. Tumrui. Shisei. Coin poison bewitching. Palpitations. Dazzling goodadan. Pen end of pen absent-minded. Ha. Stinking chasm sack catch. The enemies. Karma. Think about it carefully. Have you ever encountered something that was very troublesome and couldn't be solved with common sense? Ichiosa activated his verbal cannon technique. If not, wait for the time being. If there is, perhaps you should really consider changing professions. Troublesome. Couldn't be solved with common sense. Slowly, as if they had thought of something, the expressions of the enemies became somewhat unfathomable. They seemed to want to discuss something, so they asked the butler to bring Ichiosa back to the guest room to rest. Poisonous tangerine fortune. Bai Shaowan was in danger. Swift splendor floating or posture back. Chi. Hui exchange. Guanidine poison, rosemary orange fortune. Huan. Shaking his head like a fishy boat cutting the wilderness guanidine poison luogue. Leech. Chin. I returned to the Xiangyi cigar thief slanderous. Illumi wanted to cultivate a relationship with the golden retriever every day, but the golden retriever was extremely loyal and insisted on resting by its former owner's side. Left with no other choice, Illumi could only sit beside the golden retriever with a dark expression and bask in the sun with Ichiosa and Labrador. It's worth wasting precious time for this dog that lays golden eggs, thought Illumi. But not long after, he was the only one left basking in the sun in a daze. Ichiosa asked someone to bring him a touchscreen phone and downloaded a bunch of game apps. In his boredom, he worked hard for an entire century. Illumi was bored to death as she listened to the music. She leaned over and was curious about what Ichiosa was playing. The big black-eyed cat stared at the phone screen, watching as Ichiosa worked hard to level up and kill monsters to clear maps, worked day and night to form teams to gather equipment sets, and pray to the gods to open treasure chests and forge weapons. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. With dark circles under his eyes and a face that looked like he was about to die, Ichiosa finally made his eldest daughter, the venomous beauty, one of the top 3 assassins in the entire server. Just like that, after another 5 days or so, the surveillance and observation of Ichiosa came to an end. After confirming that Ichiosa had no ill intentions towards the enemy guest, he was ordered to come to Chi. Shun Shun Tu Yao. Bang Huang Fu tore up blowing the poisonous pearl boat Ichiosa. Young people really know how to play. These whip marks, these shackles. Oh, Chi. Argon couple rod sawing. Saw. Pei Chen. Dream of dusk. Chi. Oxim. Difficult chasm. Hubei Ant Chi. Lugu Fu. There were a total of 5 children in the enemy guest house, and all 5 of them were boys. Not a single one was a girl. But for a long time, there were only 4 children in the enemy guest house that were out in the open. Did one of them die young? No, there was another boy named Oluja Adversary. Due to his special ability and extreme danger, he was imprisoned in the depths of the main residence all year round, never to see the light of day. From birth, Oluja Adversary had 2 souls living in his body. One was Oluja himself, a boy, the other was a creature from the Dark Continent, Nanaga, a girl. Everything about Oluja was normal, and all his indicators were human. Everything about Nanaga was abnormal, and all his indicators were heresy. They fused into one and awakened an innate ability, compulsion. The so-called compulsion was to make a request to someone and force them to carry it out. If the target of the compulsion didn't agree to Oluja's compulsion, then after 3 rejections, they would definitely die. Oluja's compulsion couldn't be rejected. Sometimes, if you rejected his compulsion, not only would you die, but your parents, friends, and even everyone you came into contact with would die. And as long as Oluja's compulsion was completed, Nanaga would appear and grant the person's wish. No matter what wish it was, Nanaga would help the person fulfill it. But the more difficult it was to fulfill a wish, the harsher Oluja's next compulsion would be. A harsh compulsion would make it impossible to fulfill, and if it couldn't be fulfilled, the person would pay the price in blood. Oluja Adversary was a child who had buried countless corpses and blood, but his eyes were still the purest blue. At that time, Silva brought Yijiosa to the place where Oluja was imprisoned under the watch of the Adversary family. Oluja's compulsion hasn't ended yet. Are you sure you want to see him? Silva said. Or, you can send someone in to complete the compulsion first. No, don't drag others into it. Yijiosa interrupted Shiba's words and stepped into the room. Complete the compulsion and fulfill the wish. This familiar pattern was no different from the system that gave rewards for completing a quest. Chapter 243. Oluja Gongdaik was a clean and transparent child. Perhaps it was because he had been isolated since he was young, but he, who had never experienced the process of being trained as a killer, felt refreshed. There was no smell of blood. He and Chi. Eyebrows. Hi. He had a pair of big blue eyes, a tall nose, and thin pink lips. If he had not known that Oluja was a real boy. Based on his cute little face and waist-length black hair, Yijiosa only thought that he was an imprisoned girl. The room was not big, and it was completely sealed. There was a soft bed and a pile of toys in the room, and countless cameras were quietly operating. The distance of a door. Yijiosa resolutely stepped in, but Shiba calmly stopped, turned around, and left. As the current head of the Gongdaik family, he was already the most qualified killer. Even though Oluja was his biological son compared to the interests and safety of the entire family. This son. He chose to give up. They brushed past each other in an instant. They never had any communication. But it was rare. Shiba paused slightly and turned his head slightly. Oluja. Then. He returned to the surveillance room that his second son, Miji, was in charge of as fast as he could. His beastly vertical pupils stared at the screen. He saw that Yijiosa was already standing in front of Oluja. He did not dodge. Although I'm very happy that someone is in a hurry to die, I don't understand why she has to die. In the flickering light of the screen, Alumi's pitch-black and empty eyes revealed a rare look of doubt. Oluja's demand is not over. She will definitely be forced. If she can't do it, she will die. Why didn't she agree to send an unimportant person in first? Alumi fell into the labyrinth of human nature. It has nothing to do with her. It has nothing to do with us. Even if she accidentally dies, the murderer will still be Oluja. She's an expert with extraordinary strength. Only experts have value. Ordinary people can't be compared to experts. It's not a pity if she dies. Yet, a powerful individual chose to use his own power to protect an unimportant weakling, and even put himself in danger. It could only be said that Yijiosa's moral principles and standards were something that the twisted Illumi couldn't understand at all. The powerhouses that Illumi had met before were all masters who took lives as they pleased. Other people's lives were insignificant to them. Sometimes, they didn't even need to cherish their own lives. So, why? How could he so calmly walk towards death to protect others? Unfortunately, no one could answer his question. Chi. Handsome by vultures. Defeat by force. Ah, see. I inserted it back, Illumi said expressionlessly. He won't remember this. Is the entire bandit guest clan a surprise? Wu Ji Fong Jimi Fong. 3. Like? Squandering Huan Chi's wealth. To the Dendis, Oluga was just a dangerous item that could be used. He was flammable and explosive, and if he couldn't be controlled, he would have to be destroyed. They didn't have much affection for Oluga, nor did they have a deep, cooperative friendship with Yijiosa. If they rashly asked Yijiosa for help, they would only make Dengdike owe them a favor. So, why not let Kirin? Yunju retorted. Is a spade of fragrant stomach a starry ship? Bad polypus. Are you a mischievous lady? Impersonating a prostitute. Gizzard guanidine poison makes one feel dizzy. Bad news. Tomb. Falling to the stranger in the plum banana garden. Pull the plug out of Chi. Where is Ding Xiong? Smash. Poison moths. Frame V. Polypus. Wu-ee Wu-ee. Prime Minister Yongzheng. Tai. Lunge. Nightjaw. Third, the shoe last is unloaded. Dengdike's family made use of their children, each more ruthless than the last. Their ruthlessness was more stable than the last. As for Chi. Old Radon Meow Pouch looking back carrying Imperial Edict. Rosial Dream Scroll. Ka. Chi. Copy. Yicha. Oh my god, Xiang Yi, Xiang Yi, Xiang Yi, Xiang Yi. Monetary forgiveness and pleading for a drought. 8. Do you want to play with me? Withdraw from the alliance. Aperture law disturbance. Jiang Qi. Demoted. Moreover, the yellow stalk was properly folded. Bye. Are you willing to go back on your word? Ammonia. Wei. Yo, the fragrance of the wine cellar. Yes. The moment Illumi's voice fell, Yoluja stared at Yijiosa, who was approaching him step by step. The coercion had begun. Yijiosa squatted in front of Yoluja and stared at him. His blue eyes lost their color, as if they were covered with a layer of gray gauze. But he was still staring at him, as if he was looking at something unknown through him. Yoluga stretched out his hand in front of Yijiosa. Give me your sword. To Pure Yang, the sword was like a halfling, an extremely important partner. Perhaps this was nothing in the eyes of others, but to Yijiosa, seizing the sword was like chopping off his hands. Yijiosa gritted his teeth, took out the camp weapon he used the most from his backpack, and placed it in Yoluja's hand. You only want a sword. It seems that the level of coercion this time isn't high. Miji gnawed on a potato chip and complained. I'm looking forward to Yoluja saying, I want your heart. That's not an ordinary sword. Illumi's eyes were dark. That sword is surrounded by a heavy power. Miji, are you blind? For a moment, the surveillance room fell silent. Yoluja spread his hands and continued to insist. Give me your face. Yijiosa, fuck, you want me to be disfigured. do you think you can give me face so easily? Even if I die here today, I won't give you any face even if I bang my head against the wall. Yijiosa obediently held Yoluja's hands and pulled them to his face, pressing them close to his cheeks. Here, my face is in your hands. Yoluja. The child tilted his head and forced a strange smile. He held Yijiosa's face firmly and said after a long silence, I'm very happy. The foes. You can play like this. But immediately after, Yoluja's voice deepened, and the temperature in the room dropped. Give me your liver. Yijiosa. Motherfucker. Damn kid, you're asking for my life, aren't you? If it's the liver, she won't be able to pull any tricks. Miji was gloating. He seemed a little excited to be able to see Alumi's girlfriend in blood with his own eyes. She can only give her liver to Yoluja. And if she refuses, she'll probably ask for her heart and lungs, right? If she continues to refuse, she'll still die. However, no matter how much they thought about it, Yijiosa revealed an extremely sorrowful expression. His hands trembled as he took out a large-screen phone. She handed it over reluctantly and was about to cry. For you, this is my liver. She clicked on the only game app on the screen, logged into her character, and flipped open the orange weapon and tens of thousands of spirit stones in her backpack. This is all my liver. Treat her well. Og Yoluja. The foes. At this moment, even the cold and hard Yoluja and the strange Yoluja couldn't help but fall silent. They had expected the beginning, but they hadn't expected it to end like this. Most importantly, Yoluja held the phone and carefully felt it. Then, she said, I'm very happy. This happy didn't seem to be very happy. However, Yoluja could clearly feel that this was a heavy liver. Even he didn't understand why a liver would look like this. Before Nanaga could speak, Yoluja struggled to ask, is this really a liver? Yijiosa wiped his snot. It's a liver. It's just cirrhosis. Yoluja. The foes. That's not how you use cirrhosis. After the 3 demands, Yoluja fell into a deep sleep, and Nanaga emerged from his body. That pair of blue eyes became a bottomless black, and even his facial features became more and more blurry. Even his lips became the color of ink. The evil Nanaga raised his head and looked at Yijiosa. Do you have any wishes? Yijiosa. He had so many wishes. He wanted to become a man again. He wanted to live a long life. He wanted to return to his hometown, and he wanted to live a good life with Saishomaru. He had too many wishes, and they were too big. He had to go through 81 hardships and waste countless sweat, blood, and tears to realize each one. If you wanted something, you had to pay for it. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Getting something expensive too easily would only attract more trouble. Why bother? He preferred to fight for what he wanted. His life, his future, his lover, and his hope were all in his hands. Only then could he feel at ease. Hey, Yoluja. No, Nanaga, my wish is. As soon as Yijiosa spoke, the foes tensed up. As killers, they had seen too much greed and malice in human nature. Now that they finally had a chance to make a wish, they did not believe that Yijiosa could resist the temptation. But this was not a bad thing. Being ugly and blinded by greed was a person's true nature. When they thought about how Yijiosa would be like this, the foes heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was the only way they could control her. Give me back my sword. Yijiosa smiled. It's very important to me. Good. Nanaga tilted her head, obviously pleased. Yes, you. Well, I like you too. Yijiosa gently touched his head. Foes. A few years ago, Nacho had fought Mickey Mantle. Is it because I am negligent that I do not protect myself from trouble? Meitong mercenaries smashed poison confusion Wat and Liba beating both 6. Pay the cooks in the fields. Meitong roaming the kitchen. Pry. Unscrupulous and unkind, he was a monster, he should be quarantined. The belief of protecting one's family, protecting one's interests, and defending one's base was something that the enemies would never change. But for some reason, his heart seemed to be gripped by a large hand, and even his breathing became heavy. On the screen, Yi Jiosa sighed and picked up Aluja. Then, holding the sword and carrying him, they passed through the thick alloy doors and walked out. Aluja nervously hugged his neck, as if she was afraid. Yi Joseph patted the child's back and smiled. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. The enemies. They suddenly realized that even an outsider's attitude towards Aluja was gentler than theirs. She was not afraid, and even protected him. She even promised to protect him. The atmosphere in the surveillance room was solemn, but they didn't stop Yi Joseph from bringing Aluja out without permission, nor did they want to stop him. Why? When Aluja saw the light of day again, Alumi ordered the housekeepers to send him away. Retreat. Osmium Shabaloo. Yankiki Old Shabaloo. She. Mantis Crutch. Siaigu. Zhou Shabaloo. Swollen Pong. Poison Camouflage Yellow Shabaloo. Divination. Huailu. Mushui. Steward Wudong quickly sent him to the airship, and under Alumi's instructions, it flew to the sky arena, in the distance. After sending off her worrisome younger brother, Alumi turned around and returned to the main residence. But unlike the gloomy and cold atmosphere of the past, ever since Yi Jiosa forcibly brought Aluja out, the main residence gradually became more lively. Yamian, hug me. Aluja's forceful request started again. Yamian bent down. Yes, young Master Aluja. The enemies surrounded him. Yi Jiosa nibbled on a non-poisonous apple and said slowly, actually, Aluja isn't scary. What's scary is the human heart. If humans aren't allowed to make wishes that exceed their abilities, then Aluja is completely harmless. Yamian, kiss me. Yes, young Master Aluja. Seeing this, Shiba said coldly, but Aluja is still forceful, and you're telling me that he's harmless. This isn't really forceful. Yi Jiosa rolled his eyes. He felt that it wasn't appropriate for a parent to beat up a house full of enemies. This is just a child acting spoiled. I won't say anything else, but didn't Alumi tell you to hug me when you were young? Shiba said resolutely, no. Alumi never acts spoiled. Yi Jiosa shot him a disdainful look. A father who doesn't let his child act spoiled is a complete failure. Shiba x Kikikyu. The enemies. What she said seemed to make some sense. Yamian, you have to fly high. Yes, young Master Aluja. The only sound left in the hall was the children's heartfelt laughter. At this moment, both Shiba x Kikyu and Alumi were a little stunned. It turned out that the monster they thought was also as naive and playful as a child. And this Aluja, compared to the young Chi. Wei Di. Yamian, do you have a wish? Yamian didn't make a wish. Instead, she gave the opportunity to her masters. But none of the enemies in the room came forward to make a wish. Yi Jiosa threw down the apple and said, if you're not worried, I'll go. Is that okay? The enemies didn't object. They basically knew what kind of person Yi Jiosa was, and they also knew that she wouldn't do anything bad to the enemies. Although it was not a good feeling to give away the opportunity, all this while, they couldn't look at Yamian's face because they would only appear when making wishes. To put it bluntly, humans weren't emotionless. Even if the enemies were cold-blooded, they would still feel guilty for mistreating their blood relatives. This was a rare and precious feeling for an assassin. Yijiosa squatted down in front of Nanika again. She looked him straight in the eyes, held his hand, and smiled brightly. Nanika, you've always been fulfilling other people's wishes. Actually, we've always been the ones demanding, not you. So, this time, my wish is, Nazca, tell me what you wish for. Okay. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Even Krullo, who was still holding on to his straw basket, felt that Yijiosa was an indescribable woman. They didn't even know what standard they should use to evaluate her. They could only let her lead them by the nose over and over again. They fell into her trap and allowed her to dominate their already limited emotions, taking a path that they had never dared to think of before. Indeed, Nanika had always fulfilled other people's wishes. That's right, even the family treated Nanika as a wish-granting machine. Just as Yijiosa had said, Yamian's demanding was nothing more than a child's playfulness. It was just that this playfulness was different from the others. The ones who were truly demanding were always the insatiable greedy humans. They demanded Nanika to fulfill one wish after another that was almost impossible to fulfill in real life. Then, after his wish was fulfilled, they put him under house arrest and burned the bridge. They had never listened to Yamian and Nanika's wishes. Never. Wish. Nanika's black eyes blurred like a ball of tangled wool. Big drops of tears rolled down his cheeks. Wish. Nanika. Nanika wants to see a miracle. Ha. Nanika wants to see chi. Ha. Ha. A young child's voice echoed in the air with a sobbing tone, Nanika, it's been a long time since you last saw chi. Ha. Ha. Noting. 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 What's going on? There was another long silence. For some reason, the invaders seemed to have been infected with a sense of humanity. I'll bring you to chi. Ha. Coin poisoned secret manual. Pat seduction cave. Jinkong collapse. Arrogant play. Lack of pi liar. Fu yi. Ha. Fu yi. Let's talk about patience instead. Ha. Tears welled up in Nanika's eyes as he looked at the silent invaders. The adversaries, who were almost at a loss for what to do, I don't agree, Alumi said, he's too dangerous, in every sense of the word. If someone finds out about his ability and uses it, it will be fatal to the invaders. Come on, Alumi, Yijiosa said, the more you hide Yamian in your home, the more people will covet him. Yamian may be the child of the invaders, but he doesn't have any combat abilities. He's away from home, and if you don't say anything, who's going to know his true identity? They'll just think of him as an ordinary child. Even if he forces others, it's just a child's tantrum, and it won't cause any panic. Plus, I suspect that he can't control his ability because he doesn't have enough experience. Yijiosa rubbed Nanika's head and continued, if he gets some training, he might be able to control his special ability. And once he learns how to control it, he'll definitely become a powerful fighter. Yes, you're right. Alumi clenched her fist, as if she had thought of something. You reminded us, so let's beat up the invaders to train him. Please don't. Yijiosa refused, he's been here for so many years, and you've only learned how to close him. Why don't you let me take him out for a walk? You've all seen my ability, so there's no need to worry, right? The invaders still refused to budge. If you're really worried, why don't you let the one who beats up the invaders follow me, okay? Yijiosa didn't back down. His only wish is to see Chi. Chi. Chi yin chu. Chi hui wei yu chu chiao colimulus date drought head pole. The invaders were speechless. In the end, Yijiosa happily carried the straw basket and the golden retriever, while Illumi carried Yamian expressionlessly and walked towards the direction of the sky arena. Illumi, seriously, you're going to disguise yourself, right? Yijiosa tried his best to persuade her. Don't be a nail-wearing monster, that's too eye-catching. You're wearing your original appearance, and you have too many enemies. Illumi strongly condemned him. Don't doubt my professionalism in beating up the invaders. Anyone who's seen my face is dead. Oh, but Siso is still alive, I'm still alive, and all the other hunter candidates are still alive. Illumi said. What do you want? Yijiosa rubbed his hands together. I'll sponsor you toner, skin base fluid, isolation cream, BB cream, blush, fake eyelashes, and lipstick. Dress up as a girl, Illumi. That won't attract attention. Yamian and I will be safer. Yamian nodded frantically. Yes, 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 brother Illumi, dress up as a girl. Illumi was speechless. Yijiosa gave a critical hit. I don't provide cheap stuff. They're all expensive. Expensive stuff. Illumi was silent for a long time. Deal. Kirolo was speechless. Chapter 244. Yijiosa generously took out a dozen high-end cosmetics and prepared to show off his skills. However, he never expected that Illumi would just take a glance and skillfully grab a towel to clean her face. Then, in the dumbfounded eyes of Yijiosa, Oluja, and the two dogs, Illumi sprayed rose water, applied a pre-makeup lotion, CC cream, and BB cream flew together. Concealer and eyeliner danced together. Mr. Killer was like an exquisite piggy girl. As his slender fingers danced, his black eyebrows, long eyelashes, delicate red nose, charming cherry lips, pearl-like earth-colored eyeshadow, and peach-pink blush, he completely transformed from a gloomy Sadako into a shining goddess with the posture of turning something rotten into something magical. When Illumi's black hair poured down, when she half-tilted her head to look at them, it was like a peerless beauty glancing back. Endless elegance was displayed here. Yijiosa and Oluja applauded. They praised sincerely. Wow. So beautiful. So amazing. Kirolo x Gilgamesh. They looked at the real woman, Yijiosa, with complicated feelings. Then they looked at the fake woman, Illumi, with complicated emotions. In the end, they had to admit that all beauties had temperament, beauties that were especially in line with men's hearts. They all had a fucking handle. Illumi raised her hand with the face of the nation's first love, revealing her crazy muscles. One of your abilities is a portable space, right? Did you bring clothes? As he said that, the young master sized up Yijiosa's figure. Yes, you're not even 1.7 meters tall. Yijiosa's face darkened. He gritted his teeth. I'm only 17. I can still grow. But I'm 1.85 meters tall, Illumi said lightly. I want a woman's dress that covers her flesh. Long sleeves and long pants are best. If it's a dress, you have to provide me with safety pants. After all, being too beautiful is a kind of trouble. I don't want to waste my psychic spikes to kill perverts. By the way, is it true that your chest is so big? Illumi's eyes were filled with curiosity, but her tone was calm. They don't look fake. That's a pity. I was hoping that you could provide me with silicone breast implants. Yijiosa. Of course my breasts are real. No, that's not right. Big brother, why do you know so much? Who the hell is the woman here? Brother Illumi. Oluja's words had just left her mouth when she saw Illumi's deathly still gaze. She swallowed her words in fear. Oluja, remember, I'm a woman now. Illumi never forgot the professionalism of an assassin. You should call me Big Sister, not the Big Brother. Yoluga nodded obediently. His outstanding obedience and cleverness pleased Irumi. Illumi felt that this was the most obedient younger brother he had ever taught. "If I'm disguised as a woman, don't call me Illumi," Illumi said. "You have to call me Ime." Aluja nodded confusedly. Ime. Big sister. Illumi nodded slightly and gave Aluja a loving pat on the head. Yijiosa x ku x luoluo x Gilgamesh. Ime. Rich dash, I'm just asking, why are you so good at disguising as a woman? Yijiosa asked as he flipped through the shop to find women's clothing with long sleeves and long skirts. Disguising is the most basic skill for an assassin. Illumi glanced at Aluja and said flatly, "Every child in the enemy family must learn to disguise as a child. Just like Kurt, he's used to wearing women's clothing and being a girl. He'll only act naturally when he encounters a special mission in the future." Yijiosa was stunned. Special mission? No, is it really okay for you to tell me all this? No matter what, this was an educational method and important information for beating up the enemy family, right? Letting you walk out of the withered mountain of carnage alive is a form of recognition, so there's no need to hide it. Illumi was very frank, but her eyes were firmly locked on the golden retriever. Fat sheep. No, in the eyes of the enemy family, the strong will always be a special group. They'll definitely be given preferential treatment. Yijiosa's dead fish eyes were wide open. I've already heard the word fat sheep, bro. As for the special mission. Illumi seemed to be recalling something. The first time I killed someone, I disguised as a girl. The target was a woman, and I've always remembered her. She was very rich. Illumi gently curled the corner of her mouth into a sinister smile. But she was aging. The woman didn't want to age, so she spent money to buy many little girls. It's said that drinking the blood of little girls can keep you young forever. Yijiosa paused for a moment and continued to calmly flip through the shop. Aluja's eyes widened, filled with curiosity. He didn't have a clear concept of right and wrong, and was as innocent as a piece of white paper. He wasn't afraid of anything that Illumi said. He only thought that it was a story, and that it was normal. Killing her is easy, as long as she drinks my blood, Illumi said. The blood of the enemy family is full of poison. There are many such missions. Illumi rambled on, wealthy businessmen who like to play with little girls or boys, influential officials who like to play with beautiful women, intellectual people who like to strip dancers. Ordinary people look very ferocious after they take off their masks. Yijiosa found a set of dressage, simple words, from the shop. It was a white long-sleeve dress with green patterns. The material was exquisite and close-fitting, and the collar even reached the Adam's apple. It was very suitable for Illumi. He threw the dressage to Illumi and said, "But there are also many ordinary people who disdain wearing masks. They are honest, conscientious, kind, diligent, and simple." Illumi stroked the material of the dressage. She knew that this dress was expensive, and she was very satisfied. "I've never seen the kind of person you're talking about. Because of your job, you can only come into contact with that kind of people." Yijiosa said, "After living in darkness for a long time and getting used to it, you will think that the whole world is dark. This isn't a deep understanding, but a generalization. When your eyes get used to the darkness, you instinctively stay away from the light. Because the light will blind the eyes that have adapted to the darkness." Aluja didn't quite understand, but he chose not to ask. His little animal instincts told him that the atmosphere was strange and it was best not to speak. "You know your brother, Chi. Scapula. Tang Shun Tao forgive visiting Zhu. Raking leeches. Clam Hall Yun Chao. Ji Mao G6. Razor Sack Slow Cherry. Shake. Wanton. Liking to light was an instinct of living things. Illumi frowned. He couldn't understand and couldn't understand. He even instinctively rejected it. He picked up his clothes and got up to change. Little did he know that after he left, Yijiosa and Aluja began to talk in low voices. Aluja, in the future, listen to half of what your brother says and keep the other half to yourself. Learn to think for yourself. Why? Because Aluja is a smart child. I believe that you can guess your brother's intentions even if you listen to half of what he says. Okay. Yijiosa rubbed Aluja, feeling a little helpless. Illumi looked cold, but he was actually a chatterbox. He had never seen such a fresh and refined killer. He said everything that should and shouldn't be said, and didn't avoid it at all. But the more he understood, the more shocked he was. From the brief description, Yijiosa understood that Illumi had lived in a twisted environment since he was young. Other than killing people and taking orders, it was killing people. He had no friends and didn't even know how to get along with normal people. Perhaps he had tried. But when he slowly revealed his world to others, the thick darkness would only scare them away. As time went by, he would only become more twisted. Illumi was a 24-year-old adult. His worldview had already been formed, and it wasn't something that could be changed easily. But even so, Yijiosa wanted to bring this guy and Aluja into contact with the normal world and make a few decent friends. He had no intention of completely changing the education policy of beating up enemies, but at least he hoped that this guy Illumi wouldn't take on any kind of killing just to earn money. For example, killing respectable philanthropists, politicians who served the people wholeheartedly, and fair and just judges. $1 million couldn't buy a conscience. The death of a good person was a loss to the world. At the end of the day, Yijiosa was a normal person. He had always stood on the side of a normal person. Even if he had extraordinary abilities, he could do whatever he wanted. After changing, Illumi seemed to have become a completely different person. Her every movement was filled with the charm of a mature woman. Who knew what she stuffed into her chest? Her two plump breasts, coupled with her tall and slender figure, made her look like a unique mature woman. They were on their way again. On two legs, I say, why don't we take the airship? The corner of Yijiosa's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. It'll take forever to walk on two legs. Illumi said, it's a waste of money. Yijiosa said, an airship ticket only costs $2,000. Illumi said, you're paying. Yijiosa gritted his teeth. We'll go Dutch. We'll have to eat and stay on the way there. Do you want to eat, stay, and use my stuff? Illumi nodded and said matter-of-factly, my hiring fee is very high. Wasting time with you and Aluja is already my bottom line. You can't make me pay anymore. Yijiosa almost knelt on the ground. Big brother. What right do you have? Because I didn't bring any money with me. Illumi was very sincere. I didn't bring a single cent, Yijiosa thought. You win. Soon, Yijiosa realized that Illumi was a big pig trotter. Not only did she eat, drink, and use his stuff, but she also purposely led him to the properties that were owned by the enemy's customers. Restaurants, supermarkets, and hotels were all owned by the enemy's customers. Yijiosa was touched by Illumi's fierce bargaining with all her heart. She lowered the accommodation fee from 500,000 to 300,000 for a night, which made Yijiosa feel touched. However, by chance, Yijiosa realized that other people only had to pay 100,000 to stay in the same room, but he had to pay 200,000 more. 200,000. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the amount of money he had painstakingly earned during the hunter exam was almost depleted. Oh fuck. Yijiosa was furious. Anyone who touched his savings would die. However, Illumi was very cunning. She had always kept Elijah by her side and never left him alone. With a child around, Yijiosa really couldn't beat up Elijah's brother in front of him. When they finally got out of the territory of beating up the enemy's customers, Yijiosa, who had completely emptied his wallet, finally felt the benefits of having Illumi as a companion. "We don't have any money for accommodation, Illumi. We really don't have any money. We don't even have a single ring." "No problem." The national goddess, Immerse, flipped her long hair gracefully on the street. She sniffed the fragrance of the ring and accurately found a short, fat sheep. Through the sea of people, Immerse smiled at the fat sheep. That night, Yijiosa foolishly stayed in the presidential suite of a 7-star hotel. "We don't have any money to eat, Illumi." "No problem." Immerse swayed around the bar. Not long after, Yijiosa heard a group of men shouting as if they were on steroids, "Yes. That's the table. I'll pay for what that lady ordered. Get lost. Go to hell. I'll pay for it. Get lost. I'll pay for it. Don't fight, I've already paid for it, ha ha ha." Yijiosa was speechless. At that moment, Yijiosa's admiration for Illumi was like a raging river that flowed endlessly. It was him, Illumi, who made him understand what a real woman was. Elijah blinked and clapped. "Sister Immerse is so amazing." Yijiosa ate his chocolate mousse and felt that this couldn't go on. Relying on Illumi to cheat and eat would leave a bad impression on Elijah. It was completely detrimental to the future growth of the country's man-eating flower. He had to let Elijah understand that money had to be earned through hard work. Thus, early the next morning, Illumi, Elijah, and the two dogs watched with blank expressions as Yijiosa sat under the bridge and swindled people while carrying the banner of fortune-telling, word-reading, and feng shui. Kirolo x Gilgamesh. "Owner, what's the difference between you and Illumi?" Illumi rubbed her chin and thought and muttered to herself, "I didn't know there was such a way to earn money. I'll learn it." Elijah continued to clap. "Sister Yijiosa is so amazing." Kirolo x Gilgamesh. At this moment, they could already foresee the future of Elijah wearing women's clothes to seduce men and setting up stalls to swindle people. Finally, under the influence of his biological older brother and Yijiosa, the monster, who was so awesome at beating up the enemy's guests, was put to good use. When Illumi and Yijiosa worked together to earn money, there was really no money in the world that they couldn't earn. Along the way, they really made it to the outside of the sky arena. It had been a month since they left the withered mountain of carnage. As for Chi, Fu Tuo, Strange Earth Sparkling Scar Wei Zhan Hang Ji, Bao, Calling Chisel Mill Hot, Widowed Lai Si Sui. Due to some accidents, Shao Jia broke his arm and had to rest for about a month to recover. When Yijiosa and the others arrived at the sky arena, they happened to see Shao Jia's match against the spinning top man. The match was exciting, but no matter how exciting it was, it couldn't stop Yijiosa from earning money. He had no choice. His wallet was empty again. He needed money to register for the matches in the sky arena and to watch the matches. He couldn't do it without money. Yijiosa hid in the crowded downtown area and waited for the fat sheep to show up. After spending so much time with Illumi, everyone he saw was a fat sheep. He was probably hopeless. This time, the customer was a man in his mid-20s. He was tall and straight, and his face was extraordinarily handsome. He wore a blue hat and had long silver hair that reached his knees. His temperament was as clean as water, and he gave off a comfortable vibe. He seemed very curious. He squatted in front of the stall. "Fortune-telling." "Yes, don't worry. My fortune-telling is very accurate. Every customer has a 5-star rating. I'm honest." Yi-Josa said. Then let me try. He stared at Yi-Josa. Actually, he knew her. After all, it was rare for there to be an extremely beautiful woman in the 287th exam. The news had already spread in the association. It was said that this beautiful woman had the ability to tell fortunes. He didn't expect to bump into her on his way out. He was a little curious. My name is Kate, I'm a hunter. Kate said, this time, I'm going on a long journey to investigate an important matter. I want to ask, is it good or bad? Asking for good or bad? That was the easiest. Yi-Josa counted with his fingers and said seriously, Kate, when you pronounce it, it's cat. Do you have a cat? Carter was taken aback. No. Why? Don't worry, you'll have a cat. After all, when you pronounce your name, it's a cat. Yi-Josa dug into his backpack. Here, take this. Top-grade catnip. You can catch any cat you meet. It's 100,000 in total. I'm honest. Kate was speechless. Chapter 245. Perhaps it was because his ears were too soft, perhaps it was because he was too kind-hearted. Kate did not know what was going on. As he arranged for himself, do you have a cat? Oh no, then you must be lacking a cat in your life. Do you have a girlfriend? Oh no, let me tell you, a cat is equivalent to a girlfriend. With a cat, you will definitely have a girlfriend. Look at you, you're young and talented, it's fine if you don't have a girlfriend but you don't have a cat, it's a waste of your handsome skin. A person's life's luck is born from their name. Your name is telling you that all your good and bad comes from cats. You need a handful of catnip to go against the heavens and change your fate. Big brother, I'm really not lying to you. If you're a man, don't raise a dog. If you want to raise a dog, raise a cat-eared girl with ears on her head and a tail on her butt, a tsundere and cute personality. When she gently wags her tail and looks at you with her pitiful eyes, oh fuck, you will find that even if she wants your life, you can fucking give it to her. Sincerely, a handful of catnip, a cat-eared girl, you can't lose out, you can't be fooled, your heart is not as good as your action, and your action is not as good as a wall. You're not buying a cat, you're buying the sex of the lower half of your body. The cat-eared girl is waiting for you. What are you still hesitating for? Kate's head twitched. How could he be a match for Yi-Josa? Thus, when he held the catnip that he had bought for 100,000, his face turned green and purple and green, as if he was suffocating. And this handful of catnip could not be thrown away, nor could it be thrown away. He was about to return it when he saw a luxury car quickly stop in front of Yi-Josa's stall. A short, fat, round man in a suit rolled out of the car with tears streaming down his face. He lay in front of Yi-Josa's stall and cried bitterly. Master! You said yesterday that I would have a romantic calamity. I didn't care, but I didn't expect to really encounter it. The man wailed. That woman cheated me of the money to open the club. All gone. Yi-Josa put on an unfathomable expression. Let me calculate with my fingers. Isn't the woman tall and slender, with long silky hair, a voluptuous figure, and elegant and charming? Poor little sheep, you should be thankful that you're still wearing your underwear after being targeted by a Lumi. If it was a few days ago, those rich second generation, third generation, and nth generation rich people wouldn't even have their underwear left. According to young Master Illumi, rich people have special hobbies. Their underwear is studded with diamonds, and their navels are adorned with gold chains. If you don't strip them naked, you'll never find Solomon's treasure. Yi-Josa gasped in amazement. As expected of Illumi, she's so knowledgeable. Yeah. Grand Master. Help me. The man was about to hug Yi-Josa's calf, but Yi-Josa kicked him in the face. I can't help you. You're the only one who can help you. Yijiosa let out a deep sigh, instantly becoming more pretentious. God is watching what people do. Don't earn unscrupulous money, or else the money will go back the way it came. The man's wailing stopped abruptly, revealing a trace of panic as if he was seen through. Ma, Grandmaster. Fortunately, I only lost money this time. If I lost my life. Tisk, it's hard to say. Seeing the man trembling like a quail, Yijiosa still maintained his sage-like image. But it's not impossible to resolve. Ma, Grandmaster, I beg you. From today onwards, go home and manage your finances, do charity work, sponsor poor students to study, sponsor scientific research and medical treatment, promote the truth, kindness, and beauty, and fight against the fake and ugly. Be a real person, and be a real person. Yijiosa maintained his smile. You have to bear the sins you've committed even if you have to kneel. This time it's a romantic disaster, next time it'll be 8 consecutive killings. But if you become a good person, you might be able to offset some of the karma. The man cherished his life very much, nodding repeatedly. In the end, he tactfully gave a lot of rings and left gratefully. The luxury car sped away, leaving Kate dumbfounded on the spot. He looked at the catnip in his hand, thinking for a while, but still put it into his pocket. Was it really that magical? Forget it, he'd just give it a try. It was just a handful of catnip, not much. Moreover, this handful of catnip had cost him 100,000 rings. Assassins loved money, but they got it in a proper way. As the May who sold her beauty, Alumi's appearance fee was very expensive, and ordinary people couldn't afford it. Therefore, the young master wisely didn't look for ordinary people, but cheated a lot of second-generation disciples. Moreover, Yijiosa had said, wool grows on a sheep, and it'll be gone after it's pulled. If you kill such a stupid fat sheep, where else can you find a second one? Fat sheep are non-renewable resources, and we must abide by the strategy of sustainable development, and other classic sayings. Alumi suddenly felt that she was indeed a powerful person, and had great foresight. Therefore, Alumi struggled for a while, and in the end, spared the lives of the fat sheep in order to get more money. The fat sheep hugged each other for warmth, and shivered in fear. Once their pockets were full, Yijiosa and the others stepped into the Sky Arena to register for the competition. According to the rules of the Sky Arena, every time a contestant won a match, they could be promoted to a corresponding level based on their strength. The higher the level, the more powerful the contestant was, the better the treatment, and the more prize money they would get. Moreover, the prize money of the Sky Arena was calculated at 100 million. How could Yijiosa and Alumi not go just for this 100 million? Chew. Above the 200th level. Alumi flipped her black hair, and said calmly, looks like they've activated telekinesis. The 200th level, and non-telekinesis users can't enter. Did they get baptized? Or did they meet a mentor sent by the Hunters Association? Yijiosa was confused. What are you talking about? What 200th level and a mentor? What does it have to do with the Hunters Association? Illumi cocked his head to the side like a big cat in a daze. He looked at Yijiosa a few times before saying, obtaining the Hunter's certificate isn't the end of the test, but the real test begins. The Hunters Association will send a mentor to follow the new hunters, and after inspecting their character, they'll guide them in the cultivation of telekinesis. As she spoke, she counted on her fingers. Illumi didn't show it on her face, but in her heart, she was calculating how much this information was worth. Sisso and I have activated telekinesis a long time ago, so no one dares to guide us. As for you, you're a newbie personally tested by President Nitro, so you don't need any guidance. This was the reason why they hadn't met any hunter mentors even though they had been on the move for almost 2 months. As for the Sky Arena, the 200th level and below is for normal fighters, and the 200th level and above is the territory of telekinesis users. The only way to enter the 200th level is to activate telekinesis. Yijiosa thought for a moment. Illumi, how do you know so much? Illumi extended her hand to Yijiosa, and rubbed her thumb and index finger together. She said calmly, because I've been here before, and the information is one of my main sources of income. Yijiosa was speechless. I know how much money you have. Illumi said seriously, catnip sold for 100,000, and Fat Antelope gave you a 3 million silver card. Don't pretend to be poor. Give me the money. Yijiosa's face turned red. I wouldn't have listened to you if you told me you'd charge me. You're forcing me to buy and sell. Illumi nodded. That's why I waited for you to finish before asking for the money. Yijiosa was speechless. Give me the money. Illumi guided him with a flat tone. The money will still go into my pocket if it's with you. But no one can take it away if it's in my pocket. It's much safer with me than with you. Yijiosa was speechless, but for some reason, he thought that the kid had a point. But who was Yijiosa? His wallet had been stolen when he was in university. To learn from that painful experience, he went to the cafeteria to get 50 cents worth of rice every day, and ate it with his godmother for a whole month. A month. A month later, he went to the pharmacy and bought a dozen Maing Long. How tragic. Only after experiencing it did he have the confidence to say that he was a professional when it came to being stingy. Yijiosa took a deep breath and recited with a straight face, 1 by 1 is 1, 2 by 2 is 2, 1 by 3 is 3. 8 by 9 is 72, 9 by 9 is 81. Taoist priest Chunyang recited the Tao Te Ching, multiplication formula for the Mahayana stage, in person. I'll give you a discount of 99%. It's a friendship price. Give me the money. Illumi was speechless. Yijiosa rubbed his index finger and thumb and smiled brightly. As an assassin, you're in a precarious situation. You're afraid that you won't be able to spend your money in the bank. It's better to give it to me. I can make it accumulate interest for a long time. The money is in your account, and it's the fortune of a fugitive. The money is in my card, and its money is coming in every day. It's much more practical with me than with you. Illumi was speechless. He stared at Yijiosa with a secretive look in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would meet an opponent who was on par with him after 20 years of dominating the money market. You're really an unfathomable woman, Illumi gave an objective evaluation. Yijiosa retorted solemnly. His words were profound and meaningful. Only when I'm unfathomable can I be out of your reach. Eligio was speechless. Illumi x Ku x Luoluo x Gilgamesh was speechless. Today was still a day of being rebutted to the point where there was nothing left to say. Saishomaru stayed in the large garbage dump on Meteor Street for a week. The reason was very simple. He met an acquaintance on Meteor Street, Jin. At that time, Jin had already grown to a height of 1.6 meters. His eyebrows were exquisite but full of fierceness. His body was thin but full of explosive power. His light golden hair fell to his knees. The warm and soft golden halo slightly neutralized his hostility. Jin was very surprised to meet Saishomaru. However, it only lasted for a moment before he regained his composure. Under the seemingly unseen gaze of the surrounding people, Jin brought Saishomaru back to his residence. It was a rather clean and tidy little villa, and it was very tidy. Because the small villa was set up in the area where the powerhouses gathered on Meteor Street, no one dared to look for trouble. After entering the small villa, Saishomaru realized that apart from Jin, there was also a dog or corgi. He had suffered a very serious injury. His abdomen was wrapped in thick gauze, and one could vaguely see the scarlet blood seeping out. He was probably too weak. When he saw Saishomaru, he only grunted twice before he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Jin helped him change his bandages before coming to greet Saishomaru. Saishomaru. Am I right? Jin poured 2 cups of bitter tea and placed it on the coffee table. If I remember correctly, this is your name. Saishomaru lifted his eyelids in the steaming mist. How many years have passed? 5 years. Jin caressed the zanpakuto that never left his body. There was a lingering blood aura between his eyebrows. 5 years ago, I fell here and almost died. If not for the fact that he was a qualified assassin and was used to cruel training, he would have been killed as soon as he landed. Compared to the competition on Meteor Street, he realized that the survival training he had undergone in the past was nothing. 5 years. Saishomaru realized that their timeline was really messed up. What happened to him? Saishomaru turned to Corgi. His tone was still cold. A year ago, after I was forced to activate telekinesis, he fell by my side, Jin said calmly. I was seriously injured and almost died. He has been taking care of me. Forced to activate telekinesis. Saishomaru took out the keywords. His meaning was clear. He wanted an explanation and an answer. Jin briefly talked about the ability of mind and talked about her past experience in a few words. I was targeted by a poker clown, and because of him, I provoked the Phantom Troop. Although he was lucky enough to survive, Corgi was seriously injured. He blocked the attack of a telekinesis user for me. The strange thing was that the telekinesis user who attacked him was also seriously injured at the same time. Jin recalled. Because things were too strange, the other party retreated first. That's why I could hide here with him. 5 years of experience and 1 year of companionship were enough for Jin to understand what a real partner was. Clown, Phantom Troop. Saishomaru wrote it down. The teacup fell on the table and made a crisp, clicked sound. Chapter 246. 5 years ago, Jin, who had regained his youth, had a skeletal age of 9 years. His skin was exquisite, his clothes were clean, and he looked easy to deceive. When he first arrived at Meteor Street, he was like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Not only was he coveted for his beauty, he almost lost his life. If Madara hadn't honed his taijutsu training for about half a year, Kuroto would have if he had not learned the use of spiritual power from Guwei and learned some saber skills from Aizen, it would have been difficult for him to survive in Meteor Street. After all, it would have been difficult for him to survive in Meteor Street. After all, those who could live in Meteor Street, even if they were just a 6-year-old child, they all had extraordinary poison resistance, durable stamina, and powerful combat strength. Compared to the hell mode of Meteor Street, the assassin training, survival in the Amazon, crossing the desert, were not worth mentioning. However, it had to be said. Zitherwine was indeed a qualified big boss. He had both brains and strength. It only took him 3 days to blend into this area that was filled with slaughter. He even made a name for himself. It was also because the spiritual power circulating in his body had the effect of healing wounds as a fake doctor, Jin. He managed to accumulate some connections and was finally able to live a relatively stable life. He did not intend to be a demon, nor was he in the mood to build his own force. After witnessing the cruelty of the new world, Jin focused on improving his strength. He used his identity as a doctor to protect a young man. As long as he had time, he would ask the other party about the history, culture, and language of this world. The young man's name was Aaron. He was only 28 years old. His limbs were broken, his eyes were blinded, and he was thrown into Meteor Street. In the past, Aaron would have died in the garbage heap long ago. His body would have been covered with maggots. However, coincidentally, he met Jin, who rarely went out. And Jin happened to need a living person who fell into Meteor Street from the outside world to tell him what the outside world looked like. Jin saved Eren. Not long after, they became familiar with each other. It was reported that Eren was a lawyer with a sense of justice in the outside world. He had profound knowledge and excellent eloquence. He was cheerful and outgoing, and he was also strict and serious. Unlike most of his peers, he didn't like to take on commercial cases with huge profits, nor was he willing to take on cases that would confuse right and wrong for the sake of high money. Most of the time, he was speaking up for the weak and fighting for the interests of the common people. Even if his salary was meager and he was threatened every day, he did not change his original intention. Before the incident, he was trying his best to help a girl who had been defiled in a lawsuit. The defendant was a scumbag with power and influence. The forces behind him were complicated, and he even had some connections with the gang under the 10 Old Men. He had been the target of several assassination attempts. Before his last court appearance, he had practically emptied his savings to send the girl to Whale Island, while he himself had stayed behind. With 8 hours left before his court appearance, he encountered an assassin. It was a young white-haired child, no more than 6 or 7 years old. His eyes were cold and his attitude indifferent, but after entering the room, he did not rush to make a move. Instead, he leaned against the corner of the wall in a daze. There were 5 hours left before the court was due. The white-haired child killed a batch of helpers. 2 hours later, the white-haired child killed a third batch of helpers. Until the end, the child didn't attack him. Eren didn't understand why he didn't attack him. He was sure that he didn't have the money to hire an expert to protect him, and he was also sure that none of the people he had helped had the ability to hire the other party. Therefore, it could only be the child's own will. He couldn't help but want to talk to the other party, but he was glared at. He wanted to approach the other party, but he was sent flying. Eren successfully won the lawsuit, and his reputation soared. He even promoted the process of legal reform, causing a huge sensation. But good times didn't last long. A week later, he encountered an accident and was thrown to Meteor Street. However, kindness was ultimately the glory of human nature that would never be obliterated. Even after experiencing the most brutal torture, Eren didn't degenerate into a sociopathic pervert. Even if his eyes could no longer see the light, he would use a bit of warmth in his heart to illuminate the dark corners. Eren was a blind man without telekinesis, a weakling at the bottom of Meteor Street. But under Jin's protection, he taught the residents of Meteor Street how to read and write. He taught them more things with his eloquence. There was no light in Meteor Street, and Eren was a candle. Even if he was weak and insignificant, he was tenacious. Unfortunately, Eren's body was too weak, and he was too heavy. Even with Jin's spiritual power sustaining him, he didn't last more than 2 years. And before he died, Eren only had one last wish. "Can you help me go to Whale Island to find that girl? Tell her that Eren, the lawyer, has concealed his identity, has a wife, and is doing very well. Don't worry anymore." Eren left with a smile on his face. He was very happy. At the last moment, all the children he had taught to read and learn came to his side. There were no tears or grief on Meteor Street, but the rare and precious companionship was far better than anything else. After Eren left, a certain area of Meteor Street was still filled with daily fights and killings. But the difference was that the people in this area would never kill each other. And Eren's resting place was always the cleanest place. Good times didn't last long. In the 3rd year after Jin came to Meteor Street, she met a perverted clown who was picking ripe fruits. After all, she had been the boss of this area for a long time. There was no reason for her to let her underlings die. Jin promptly stopped the clown man and bought time for her underlings to escape. But he never expected that the clown man was called Saiso, a spider with the serial number 4 of the Phantom Troupe. The Phantom Troupe was an organization that was full of perverts and masters. The reason why they returned to Meteor Street this time was because the elder group of Meteor Street provoked them, and they chose to kill without saying a word. The area that Saiso was responsible for cleaning happened to be the place where Jin lived for a long time. And because Jin was strong, she stopped Saiso, and because Saiso was difficult to deal with, she waited until the Phantom Troupe arrived. The tall, short, and round spiders stood in different places and watched the fight between him and Saiso with great interest. Until Saiso had enough fun, they took turns to test Jin. With malice surging, they baptized Jin with their huge telekinesis and forcibly opened Jin's mind. They used the cruelest means to force him to use his full strength, and then defeated him and trampled him under their feet. At that time, the sky was raining. Jin fell into a puddle filled with blood, and his eyes were a little unfocused. A foot stepped on his temple, grinding it hard until he felt dizzy and lightheaded. Let's keep him, he's only been enlightened not too long ago, he's a delicious fruit, Saiso's sticky voice slowly dragged out. I'll personally pluck him, don't you dare fight with me, they seemed to be saying something, but the messy voices were getting farther and farther away. The last image that remained in Jin's memory was the smashed tombstone of Aaron. The Meteor Street was a little miserable because of the Phantom Troupe. At least, Jin found that only half of the people in his own area came back alive. Another year passed. After Jin became proficient in using his telekinesis, he chose to go alone to find the Phantom Troupe to settle the score. He was indeed impulsive, but he didn't regret it. Not everyone could bear the humiliation of having their head stepped on. In a desperate fight, Jin killed the 8 of the Phantom Troupe by surprise. When he was seriously injured and dying, he met a strong man with white hair and vertical pupils who was nearly 2 meters tall. The strong man was called Silva. He was the killer who was entrusted to kill the 8. Unexpectedly, he was 1 step late, and the target had already been killed. Seeing that Jin was seriously injured and couldn't survive, Silva didn't mean to push the business away. He took away the body of the spider number 8 and became the person who killed number 8. Fortunately, Silva became the person who killed number 8, which diverted the focus of the revenge of the Phantom Troupe and gave Jin a chance to breathe. Jin didn't die, and his long-lost, little friend, Corgi happened to land next to him. After being frightened, he quickly dragged him to hide. After that, Jin couldn't move for 3 days, and in 3 days, Corgi lost a lot of weight. The Meteor Street was too dangerous, and when Corgi went out, he became a meal. If he didn't learn some life-saving skills from Yoshio Sakura, the consequences would be unimaginable. After that, Jin and Corgi began a life of mutual dependence. Not long ago, the leader of the Phantom Troupe, Kirolo, inexplicably returned to the Meteor Street to try his new ability. Jin once again became the training tool of the entire Phantom Troupe. But Jin was no longer the little poor he was a few years ago. His strength even surpassed many people in the Phantom Troupe. Both sides fought with real fire, but the other side had a large number of people. Jin didn't get a good result, and even Corgi was unfortunately seriously injured. What was even more ridiculous was that the words that Saiso said 2 years ago became his life-saving talisman. Corgi needed not only spiritual power but also enough medicinal materials and food to recover. Jin was planning to leave the Meteor Street, but he also understood that his strength might not be able to stop the attack of many forces. Over the past 5 years, Jin had not only provoked the Phantom Troupe. Fortunately, someone sent a pillow when he dozed off, and the arrival of Saishomaru gave Jin a reassuring pill. As he thought, although Saishomaru's face was cold, his heart was warm. The big monster didn't speak, but he would take care of his companions with his actions. Even if Saishomaru didn't admit that they were companions. A week later, Corgi's injury was basically stable. Saishomaru stretched out his tail and flew out of the meteor street with Jin. Many strong men were staring at them, but under the warning of the big monster's powerful pressure, they didn't make a move, and they didn't dare to make a move. After flying for a long time, they finally saw the end of the meteor street. It was rare for Saishomaru to look back, only to discover that this area was extraordinarily large, and each area was guarded by human powerhouses who were not weak. Jin could go in and out by himself, but it was really inconvenient to bring Corgi with him. People who enter the meteor street have to rely on their own ability to get out, Jin suddenly said. In order to become stronger, many outsiders deliberately come to the meteor street to train. Saishomaru didn't make a sound. He just distinguished the scents in the wind and flew toward the place with the strongest smell of herbs. For the next half a month, Corgi recuperated in peace. Saishomaru looked up at the sky, and Jin slowly gathered information. Before long, the three of them set off for Whale Island. Jin always remembered Aaron's last wish. Whale Island was the hometown of one of the world's top 5 telekinesis ability users, Kim Fullis. It was also an ideal place that was peaceful and beautiful, far away from disputes. The people were simple and honest, and the villagers were kind. Most of them were fishermen and sailors. There were many ships in the harbor, and it was a good place for tourism. Jin spent some time to find the girl. She was in a flower shop called Gratitude. A few years had passed, and the girl had grown into a slender and elegant beauty. She had walked out of the nightmare of the past and lived out her own life, but there was still a slight worry between her brows. There was a stack of old newspapers by the counter of the flower shop, all of which contained news from a few years ago. Because the newspaper had been repeatedly rubbed, the print on it had faded greatly. "Excuse me. What kind of flower would you like?" The girl looked at Jin with a gentle smile. Jin reached out and pulled out a white chrysanthemum from a bucket of fresh flowers. After a while, he put the flower on the counter and said, "Aaron." The girl was shocked and stared at him with wide eyes. "He asked me to tell you that he has changed his name, married a wife, and is living a good life." Jin stared at her. "Don't worry about him." A breeze blew, and the wind chime at the door rang softly. After a long time, the girl held the white chrysanthemum with trembling fingers and squeezed it tightly. She put on a smile that was uglier than crying. "Thank you. I'm very, very happy." Jin turned around and left. After a pause, he suddenly said, "The name of the flower shop is very good. Please keep it open." He stepped out of the flower shop and completed Aaron's last wish. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, Jin felt like smoking. He leaned against the wall outside the flower shop and listened to the intermittent sobs coming from inside. He did not move. Aaron had been gone for 3 years, and finally, someone cried for him. Sure enough, something was different after all. If it was in the past, he would never do something as stupid as passing a message. He might even give her a shot and send her to heaven to reminisce with Aaron. Damn it, he suddenly felt like smoking even more. As long as it was a living thing, it would be attracted to the light. In the eyes of Yijiosa and Illumi, the ring was the golden light source. On the faraway Whale Island, Saishomaru was still learning how to read and write. In the Polar Research Lab, Kimimaro decided to defrost the 9-orchid flower. In the prosperous Yukaxian, Uchiha Madara woke up in a daze. Outside the forest of East Gotra, Yoshi Asakura set off to take a look at the Dark Continent. Yijiosa and the Illumi killed their way up to the 200th floor at a terrifying speed, each earning a few hundred million. They happily dragged their families and dogs along to beat up any telekinesis users who tried to stop them. They filled in the forms and said that they were ready to fight at any time. Unfortunately, they were placed in the same ring. At that time, Oluja was guarding Gilgamesh and Kirolo. He sat in the audience seat and was very distressed. What should I do? Who should I bet my pocket money on? Yes, after being educated by Yi-Josa and Illumi, Oluja had also learned how to make money. As long as his brother and sister were in the ring, he would make a lot of money if he bet on them. So the problem was, what should he do when the two of them were in the ring at the same time? Trust me. Help me bet. Oluja took out a money bag and placed it in front of Kirolo. A child's intuition was the sharpest. He subconsciously felt that the two dogs beside him were not good dogs. Then, Oluja said that as long as they knew how to make money, bad dogs were cute too. Since he wasn't sure if Oluja was forcing him to do so, Koluo decided to just pick up the money bag with his mouth and jumped off the stage. He placed it on the nameplate of Yi-Josa. After doing all this, Kirolo quickly returned to the audience seat. He did not want to miss the battle between Yi-Josa and Illumi. The sooner he found out about them, the easier it would be for him in the future. Ha! Kirolo's face was expressionless as he watched Yi-Josa draw his sword and land a suppression of the mountains and rivers on him. When suppression of the mountains and rivers was no longer a real man for 8 seconds and became a product of internal energy, Yi-Josa would be safe as long as he sat in the frame. Of course, suppression of the mountains and rivers consumed a lot of energy. Even if his pure yang internal energy was endless, it could not keep up with its rapid consumption. However, as long as he could act real, he could act cool to the end. Yi-Josa maintained suppression of the mountains and rivers and smiled at Illumi. Do you want to fight? Illumi had a serious expression on her face. She symbolically attacked a few times, then finally took the initiative to admit defeat. While the audience was in an uproar, Illumi took out her phone, walked to a secluded corner, and said to Steward Wudong, "Wudong. Yes, I spent 10 billion on Yi-Josa winning with 0 injuries. You can get your money back now. What are the odds?" Very good. Transfer all the money to my account. You don't have to pay tax on the gambling money, not a single cent. Who's the next match? Kim Folis vs. Sisso. Oh, bet on Sisso to win. How much? Illumi tilted her head, give him some face and bet 10 billion as well. Sisso will definitely win, if he doesn't want to carry a debt of 10 billion. Kuuluoluo, who was hiding in the corner and listening to the entire conversation, was speechless. No wonder Sisso was so poor that he had to join an exploration team to rob people. It turned out that Illumi had cheated all his money out of him. Yi-Josa was happy that he won. He spent money on himself to win and made a lot of money. Illumi was even happier. She realized that by following Yi-Josa, she could make more money than before, and she didn't need to put in any effort. The two of them got along more and more harmoniously. Even when they went back to their rooms to rest, they automatically held Oluja's hand and picked up the golden retriever. Illumi pinched the back of the golden retriever's neck and happily checked in with the room card named Ionia. Yi-Josa held Oluja's little hand, swiped the card named Demacia, and happily returned to their room. While Illumi diligently combed the dog's fur and Yi-Josa was telling Oluja a bedtime story, Shao Jia was being pressed against the floor by Sisso. Strange. Chu Yenhi. Gorobuki squinting wood. Jian. Illumi sighed and realized that no gold ingots were dropped. Yi-Josa fell asleep halfway through the story. Shao Jia was beaten black and blue, and Sisso twisted his waist and left. Strange. Guanadine. Kill you. The next morning, Illumi knocked on Yi-Josa's door on time with the golden retriever, resolutely waking her up. She then dragged her to the dining room, paid for the food, and waved goodbye. Yi-Josa sincerely advised Illumi, "Really, you're such a miser. You're destined to be alone for the rest of your life. You won't be able to get a girlfriend in the future. I advise you to be generous, kind, and spend money. Illumi showed her shrewd side again. Girlfriend. I understand. What do you understand? You're enlightened. You're going to spend money on a woman. Illumi clapped her fists and nodded. I've decided to open up a girlfriend business. I can dress up as a woman or a man. I can totally rent myself out. Rent for 50 million a day. Although I won't take on any killings for the time being, I still need to generate income. But the enemy family's income for this season still needs my contribution. Besides, they won't lose out if they can rent me out. Illumi's dark eyes turned to Yijioza, and she said solemnly, even if I don't spend a cent, I can have a girlfriend a day. Olugia applauded, a girlfriend a day. Amazing, amazing. Yijioza was speechless. Kirolo X Gilgamesh was speechless. Young master, I advise you to be a better person. I realize that everything you say is the truth about making money. Illumi ate the food in her bowl and looked at the food on Yijioza's plate. On behalf of the enemy family, I invite you to the Withered Mountain to be the head of the finance department. Your monthly salary will start at 1 million, and you'll have 5 social insurance and 1 housing fund. You'll have 2 days off, year-end bonus, and subsidies. Do you want it? Yijioza's face was expressionless. I choose to fly freely. Illumi finished the food in her bowl gracefully and quickly. Then, she dragged Yijioza's plate, stabbed the sandwich with a psychic spike, and sent it into her mouth. I'm very sad that you rejected me, Illumi said in a flat tone. As compensation, your breakfast is mine. Yijioza was speechless. For some reason, he felt that Illumi was becoming more and more shameless. Where the hell did she learn this from? Perhaps he was used to being extorted by Illumi. Yijioza couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude when he saw that he had only spent 5,800 for his breakfast. She was so frugal. Illumi had finally grown up and become sensible. After eating and drinking, he couldn't forget the purpose of this trip. Did they bring Oluja to see Ki? Supermodel? Leech? Lulu? Tearing Kyubi's brain. Rosebud? Empress Dowager Pasha. However, Oluja wanted to see something strange. Plentiful. Illumi told Yijioza very frankly that he was curious about Yukari. Pai Zai Yong Jia Jia Si Tuan 6. Tuan Juli Tomb. Is it like a broken screen on the side of a boat in a pond? Men's brothel. Chi. Feng Nan Chi Ji Jing. Yi Jie Chi. Gray lie. Coins visiting the vertebrae. Fight and collapse. Target baking. Protruding Xiang Yi Ji dazzling Hui O Liao play. What about Jing Huanya's tomb? Why are you choosing in a panic? He once deliberately let go of a lawyer and ran away with a bill of 200 million. We were reported for beating up the enemy, and it was the first time we got a bad review. Illumi counted with her fingers. Because I killed the stray cat he picked up, he actually attacked me. Giving up the opportunity to make money, sympathizing with animals, and longing for friendship are all wrong ideas, so I had to put in the psychic spike to correct his point of view. As she spoke, Illumi's pressure gradually decreased, but I didn't expect that even with the psychic spike, he would go this far for that Shao Jia. I won't stop Oluja from seeing him, but let him deal with the psychic spike himself. If he can really break through the obstruction of the psychic spike for so-called friendship and family, then Illumi rubbed her chin and said, insert a better quality psychic nail into it. Kirolo X Gilgamesh. Yijioza. Chapter 247. Illumi had grown up in a twisted environment. He didn't have many interpersonal relationships. Negative moral values. His definition of man was either can be killed or can't be killed. The definition of the mission was only to earn money or not earn money. Childhood without storybooks, he was punished in the torture chamber, tortured in the electric shock chamber. His teenage years without video games, he trained in Meteor Street, lurked in the dark, and did not have a girlfriend in his youth. He fought in the sea of blood and traversed the depths of hell. He was the eldest son who beat up his enemies, a successfully cultivated killing machine, a heretic who could not integrate into normal society at all. He didn't have friends in the traditional sense, and he didn't need so-called friends. The partners he got were usually people he had business dealings with, or perverts that he couldn't easily kill. Therefore Illumi could not understand why. Chiu Nan Chi. Luang Fu Nai Chi. Wei Zhenshi. Ba Yi Shun Monastery for Mei Mu. Soul for an assassin, emotional fluctuations and ups and downs would form one's own weaknesses. It was a factor that absolutely could not be touched. If Shao Jia was an expert with superb skills, then it would be fine. But an expert. Sistis. To beat up the enemy and not to be enemies with the strong. He would definitely nod in agreement. But Shao Jia was not a strong person. Even though his father was a powerful telekinesis user, Kim Fullis, according to the investigation of the intelligence network. His grandfather, Don Fullis, was an expert on par with Chairman Nitro. However, right now, Shao Jia was very weak. Even if he had exceptional aptitude. Weak was still a fact. Do you want someone who can walk to the top with their own strength? Prion Dark Screen Osmium. Was there a need for a miracle to temper one's cultivation? Guichu Che Man Sigma E Ichi. Long Chinchao Zinkio buttocks stupidly boasting. He was Illumi's most valued younger brother. Who would be so shameless as to be surprised? Chow, but as it happened, Jay Fullis was the face that had left Irumi dumbfounded. To put it bluntly, this was just a simple conversation between two 12-year-old kids. But in the eyes of the opinionated Kwangdi, Shao Jia was just a freaking kidnapper. Okinawa Sakura, the way the enemy behaved was extreme. This friendship had just begun, and no one thought highly of it. If it wasn't strange. Spend Tao on the endless horizon locust tomb. Fear of hiring a scribe. Changing the ridge to smell the famine. Difficult Shuyan. Turtle. Do I owe pan? Wei. Fen ring. Shrimps. Maybe you've seen a lot of people, Chi. Amaranth wing Chang. Wandering around and dragging poison. No. Unfortunately, the ideal was an elegant paradise, but reality was a public toilet. Chi. Chasm. Chew on bushes and talk about roundworms. Dirt. Sentence him to choke. Mog-eating as expected of a child who loved to beat up his enemies. His extreme stubbornness hadn't changed at all. Once he set his mind on someone, he would run. Even 99 Sanmao couldn't pull him back. Even inserted in the strange. Which Tuan. Jia Ba Tua. This made Illumi very annoyed, so annoyed that he didn't even want to stroke the golden retriever. Kwangdi was always an egoist through and through. On the surface, he decided to do one thing, but behind the scenes, there were always 2 or 3 or even 3 or 4 interests involved. For example, this time, his family agreed to let Yi Jiosa bring Oluja out, and even let him follow. Even without any verbal communication, Lumi could guess what the parents were plotting just by thinking with her toes. First of all, Yi Jiosa was very strong, and she was a marriageable woman. For the stubborn Kwangdi, rather than simply letting Yi Jiosa go, it was better to let his eldest son work hard. What? She had a boyfriend. It didn't matter. As long as he wielded the shovel well, there was no corner that couldn't be pried open. And this was the main reason why he hadn't been assigned a killing mission for 2 months after he left home. His parents hoped that he would have a good relationship, and it would be best if he could have 2 in 3 years. Illumi didn't refuse. After all, he hadn't gotten his hands on the golden retriever he wanted. As for Yi-Josa, why would he marry a woman who fought with him over his nuns? To cause trouble. Secondly, Oluja was very dangerous. Even if he was also the son of the Kwangdi, compared to the safety of the entire family, Oluja might as well not exist. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, the Kwangdi wouldn't casually abandon his family. Since Yi-Josa had the means to suppress Oluja, and even had the intention to keep him by his side to teach him, they definitely wouldn't reject a strong person's goodwill. Using Oluja to exchange for a strong person's favor was one method. And using a long period of time to prove Oluja's safety would make it easier for the Kwangdi to control Oluja. And this was the second reason why he followed Yi-Josa. Finally, in the episode, picking up girls, spying, stealing dogs, spying on strange, feeding spade fragrance to cover all of Laos, Femi pouch to visit, sifting, coriander may moo in distress. Leap I just like now, Oluja hugged his waist and raised an innocent smile, his azure blue eyes without any haze. Brother Illumi, I want to eat pizza. I want to eat pizza. I want to eat pizza. Illumi was sure that Oluja wasn't forcing him, and that the pizza had just been released and hadn't been on sale yet. But he was probably out of his mind and actually said, "Okay, is there anything else you want?" Wait, what is he saying? Ah. Brother Illumi is the best. I like Illumi. Forget it, it's just a pizza. If he could use pizza to stabilize Oluja and make Oluja work for him, not to mention a pizza, even a truck of pizza wouldn't be a problem. That was what Illumi thought. When capital gains far exceeded 300%, it would be enough for him to open his wallet and pay people. This was an investment, not mixed with personal feelings. Or like now, Illumi sat in his room in a daze when he inexplicably received a call from Sisso. That perverted and sticky voice came through the phone, like a snake coiling in one's ear. It was eerie and chilling. Xiao Yi, I saw it. That woman named Ionia, was you in disguise. Sisso chuckled and lightly kissed the poker cards in his hand. Hey, Ionia, do you have time to accompany me tonight? It's a private high-class banquet. I happen to be lacking a female companion. 100 million rings, just to accompany me. You don't have to do anything, Sisso invited. 100 million rings seemed pretty good, just to accompany him. He didn't have to do anything, then. Just at that moment, a roar came from the next room. Ionia. Do you have time? It's time to give the golden retriever a bath. Give the golden retriever a bath. Well, compared to the dog that laid golden eggs, 100 million rings was nothing. Illumi held the phone and decisively refused. You can find any woman you like. Damasia's dog needs me now. As soon as she finished speaking, she hung up. Ionia rushed to the Damasian dog, took the dog, and happily pressed it into the bathtub to give it a bath, filling the entire bathroom with bubbles. Sisso, who had been hung up on, was petrified in the wind. That night, you rejected me. That night, you had another dog. That night, I also found another apple. He. 3 days later, Yi-Josa bought 5 dozen plant hair dyes and dyed Oluga's thick black hair into a low-key brown. Sister, why are you going to see Chi? Guanidine. Scarlet Murder. Yowu Jun Chio Fong Wei Chio Mulu. Pui Huang Yi Mian Ting Wu Kuchio. Chio Jun, of course not. Meet Chi with my real face. Chi. Ba Lan Nai, Tuan. Chi. Huang Wu Bei. Chanting Mu Mu Gong Huang Si Bu, Wai. Of course it's for Chi. Cyprinus vanadium. Coin poison Dan Tuan. Now Chiao Zunyun. Chimu Fu. Straw. Missing night lotus to date cherry blossoms. Common stern and hip defects. Think about it. Pretend to be someone else and stay by his side. Guess how long it will take for him to discover your true identity. Isn't that something worth looking forward to? Aluja's eyes lit up. It looks fun. Yijiosa smiled and patted Aluja's head. He helped him change into a t-shirt, boxer shorts, and sneakers. Then, he tied his hair into a high ponytail, making him look like a little girl. Yijiosa held Aluja's hand as he walked out with Alumi following behind him. Yijiosa also felt helpless when he thought about how complicated it was to beat up the enemy's family. Still, Alumi had a point. What if Chi? Is the Argon Desolate Mountain regretful? Desolate Xiang Mountain Peak is tied to the steady water. Desolate Long Youth called Wei Chu Tuanan. Knock here. Return the imitation white frog coin. Cut cricket to guard the south crutch. Selective he rashly interfered with other children's growth process, he was afraid that it would disrupt the trajectory. Although it's a little unfair to stand by and do nothing. Still. Feng Huan is scared. Vinegar promise is broken. Le Guanliang visits me. Gambling Tuan. Chi. Reeling from barren wasteland Xan Sun is stunned. Equals half an hour later, Yijiosa successfully met Shao Jia Chi in the restaurant. Play with urea. Chewing Payan silk disaster machine Najing. Receiving Memo. Sending mischievous. Insignia Nuochuo. Big sister has a companion. Shao Jia looked at the noble and cold Yi Mei, and somehow felt that she was a little familiar. Big sister, have we met somewhere before? Alumi narrowed her eyes. Is this pure beast intuition? Chi. Yaozinai. Yaozinai. Joja Shernai. Sending the emperor to steal the emperor's ads. Junyi Joza. Kids nowadays are getting more and more sensitive. She's Ionia. The one beside Ionia is her sister, Demacia. Yijiosa smiled and introduced, this time, I borrowed the name of Demacia to fight in the arena. Demacia was a cute and quiet little girl. Because of her good looks, she made people feel comfortable just by looking at her. Chi. Qiu Huowan returns to the tomb to beat Jing. Xiao Tsong Jian. Spindle Chaobao. Zhong Ke Xiao is still wet Chi. Old bones. Is it hard to be in love? Sakura for a moment, Alumi didn't say anything. Guang praise to God. Leech. By Hui Jia Huang Ben Huan. Cooking with rice. Mechanical twist. Lie. To pour forth one's pride and pray for forgiveness, only Shao Jia and Yijiosa were chatting idly. Shao Jia was an honest child. He spoke his mind without hiding anything. Gradually, the atmosphere became lively. Me and Chi. Kabuki. Forgive me 6 Cantonese play. Plum. One as she sang dead Chi sure collapsed. Ao Tan Jai Chao Mu Xian Cha. Ping Chi. Jiao Mu Xian Cha Chiao. June. Yun Gu. Alumi recalled his information in her mind and nodded in satisfaction. Yun Gu's strength was not bad. How could it be strange? Jiao Ji. Yijiosa paused. Telekinesis was basically the movement of one's life energy according to the meridians of the human body. It was very similar to inner force and cultivation, but also different. Telekinesis was equivalent to the primary version of tempering the body and heart. If used properly, it would give rise to matching mantras and skills. Moreover, as one accumulated battle experience and became more proficient in using it, it would slowly evolve into an advanced version similar to Wuxia Inner Force. However, compared to the stability and weight of Inner Force, the development of telekinesis was more rough and dangerous. However, the so-called martial arts were the same. Although their paths were different, they could still achieve the same goal. As long as the ability of telekinesis was used to perfection, it could be compared to a martial arts master. However, Yi Jiusa had already jumped out of the martial arts master level. The only person in the world who could be his teacher was Uchiha Madara. Yi Jiusa's expression became serious. He's very strong. He could hang me up and beat me. Remember, when you go out in the future, if you meet a man who is 1.8 meters tall and has black hair, his eyes will turn red when he's angry, do not provoke him. Everyone did not understand, but they thought it was awesome. His eyes will turn red. Illumi suddenly spoke in a clear and elegant voice. Is he from the Cave Tower clan? What Cave Tower clan? Yi Jiusa was a little confused. He's from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan. Never heard of it. The Cave Tower clan is known as the Fiery Eyes clan. They are very strong, and their eyes are beautiful blood red, Illumi explained. Because they're too beautiful, they're known as one of the world's beauties. Many rich people and powerhouses spend a lot of money and effort to search for the eyes of the Cave Tower clan. Very strong, beautiful, fiery eyes, world's beauties. Yi Jiusa's expression slowly changed. No way, no way. Don't tell me that the Uchiha clan has transmigrated to another world. And they're reproducing here. Hiss, that's not impossible, right? If even I could transmigrate, there's no reason why others can't. A few years ago, the Cave Tower clan was exterminated because of their fiery eyes, Illumi said. Not a single one was spared. Their eyes were all dug out. Yi Jiusa was speechless. His hands were shaking, and he really could not hold his plate properly. To be honest, if the Cave Tower clan was really the bloodline of the Uchiha who had transmigrated, and the clan was exterminated because of their eyes. If Uchiha Madara knew about this, the world would probably be destroyed. After all, Uchiha Madara was the ancestor, the clan leader. It would be fine if he destroyed the Uchiha clan himself, but if someone else destroyed his clan, it would be like scratching a tiger's itch. It's over, it's over. At the thought of Uchiha Madara's anger, Susanoo rising from the ground, and Budu's soul control on the left and Chibaku Tensei on the right, Yi Jiusa felt like he was going to die from a heart attack. Big sister, what's wrong? Shao Jia asked worriedly. You look very pale. Oh, fuck. Yi Jiusa took a deep breath and said with a sad face, really, you better pray that Uchiha Madara isn't from the Cave Tower clan, or else. Otherwise, what will happen? Hydrazine. Huijing Hydrazine. Give up the heart and beat Ci Jun. Ha. Huan Tun for Ba Huan Yu, forgive me. Yi Jiusa did not say anything. He quickly finished his breakfast and spent another hour leading the group out of the arena. They arrived at a mountain range that stretched endlessly into the distance. He didn't explain much. He unsheathed his long sword and used an explosive, inexhaustible whirl, accompanied by a thunderous boom. A violent sword aura swept up the power of yin and yang and rushed toward the mountain. The dazzling sword light almost burned people's eyes. His inner breath reverberated in the valley like layers of giant waves. At the same time, the 100-meter-tall mountain in front of him was cut open like tofu. With a crash, it split into two halves. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The sharp edge of the blade left an earth-shattering aftershock. Birds flew and beasts fled. Yijiosa sheathed his sword and stood silently. The onlookers were all stunned. They didn't know what expression to make. For the first time, they directly felt the power of the pure young sword immortal. Whether it was their bodies or their souls, they felt as if an indelible mark had been carved into them. Don't panic, it's just a small matter. Yi Joseph patted Alumi's shoulder and sighed. If it was Uchiha Madara, that mountain wouldn't exist anymore. Everyone. So let's pray that the Cave Tower clan isn't a member of Uchiha Madara's clan. Yi Joseph put on a smile that was uglier than crying. This world is still very young. It's not enough for him to play with. Everyone. Suddenly, they felt a sense of mission to save the world. Yukaxian was flourishing like this, living a life of luxury and luxury. There were many Yakuza gangs here, and the chain of interests was complicated. However, it was also a paradise for outsiders to learn and a Vanity Fair for doing business. There were many high-rise buildings, and a mix of steel and concrete. The population capacity of the big city had long been saturated, but there were still more people coming because of its fame. This was because Yukaxian had the most luxurious enjoyment and the richest resources. A few days ago, in the woods of Central Park, Uchiha Madara landed on this land. As a ninja who had surpassed the Kage level, Uchiha Madara skillfully stared at a passerby with his Sharingan and quickly got the information he wanted in the illusory space. However, it was not enough. Uchiha Madara used transformation jutsu to transform into a child, and after using Sharingan to obtain information about bodyguards, employees, housewives, policemen, and a telekinesis user, he quickly constructed the outline and elements of the new world in his mind. At that time, he had only been in the new world for an hour, but he had already figured out the context. After that, he used the convenience of Sharingan to copy the language of the new world, and hid in the woods to study. It didn't take long for Uchiha Madara to integrate into Yukaxian, and after defeating a group of gangsters, he collected money to get an ID card, rented a house in the city's third ring road, and then resumed his old job as a courier. It's not that Uchiha Madara liked to be a courier, but that it was the most convenient job for him to walk around without being discovered. Uchiha Madara quickly took up his post, walked through the big city, jumped on the walls, and landed like a tiger. After a week, Uchiha Madara received countless 5-star reviews, successfully promoted, and his delivery range expanded day by day. It won't be long before he can conquer the entire Yukaxian just like he conquered Tokyo. But unfortunately, only half a month later, Uchiha Madara's 5-star reviews faced the first major crisis. The customer's phone couldn't be reached, the goods were confiscated, and the house was in a mess. Uchiha Madara inquired, "Oh, the rich kid was kidnapped and blackmailed by robbers, and he hasn't been rescued yet. If he was accidentally killed, then this 5-star review would be gone. 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 How can this be? There is no blind spot in the Uchiha clan. Anyone who dares to stop someone with a full score will die." Uchiha Madara grabbed the phone with the delivery in his hand, and his momentum rose, shocking the group of policemen and their families. He said to the kidnappers on the other side of the phone, "The money is ready, where?" After knowing the address, he instantly flew into the air and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. He arrived at the transaction site in just 10 minutes, and eliminated the group of kidnappers with lightning speed. Uchiha Madara held the delivery in his hand, stepped into the dusty warehouse, and walked against the light like a god to the rich kid who was tied to the chair and crying. "Your delivery, please sign, and remember to give a 5-star review." At that moment, on the broken chair with peeling paint, in the dirty and messy warehouse, in the environment of corpses everywhere, the rich kid looked at the tall and handsome Uchiha Madara with tears and snot, and finally understood what it felt like to fall in love. After confirming the look in his eyes, he was a courier that must be given a good review. 3 days later, Uchiha Madara's delivery. Oh no, the spirit of saving people without leaving a name deeply shocked the general manager of Yukaxian Express Company. The general manager was so moved that he wanted to give Uchiha Madara a raise and a promotion. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara accepted the raise but refused the promotion. He righteously said that he loved delivering packages and hoped to send warmth to the people. The general manager cried bitterly. He couldn't imagine that there was such a stupid, hot-blooded and pure young man in the world. In order to fully realize the value of Uchiha Madara's life, he decided to entrust the entire Yukaxian Express network to Uchiha Madara. So, 1 week later, Uchiha Madara became the man who contracted Yukaxian Express network. This was the major crisis he had faced since he became a courier. The murderer was a short man holding an umbrella. He was about 1.5 meters tall, with fierce eyes and a bloody smell all over his body. Beside him was a blonde companion with blue eyes and a girl with a vacuum in her hand. At their feet, the customer's head was separated from his body. The surrounding crowd scattered and screamed as they fled. Uchiha Madara held the delivery and stood 5 meters away, staring at them coldly. The 3 murderers casually looked back, their eyes full of contempt and indifference to the courier. As if to say, I killed him, what can you do? Are you rushing to die? Uchiha Madara's anger rose rapidly. TSK, your courage is commendable. You actually didn't run. The blonde baby-faced youth laughed. Fei Tan, that courier is staring at us. Vigilante, don't put your hand on my shoulder. Fei Tan turned around and narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, a good torture target. He should be able to hold on for a while. After Uchiha Madara put the delivery back on the motorcycle, he silently gathered power. Fei Tan stretched out his hand and stared at Uchiha Madara's neck. Uchiha Madara carried the motorcycle and placed it in a safe corner. Then, Uchiha Madara, who lost full praise, stared at Fei Tan and slowly said, Have you thought about how to die? Shorty. What did you say? Fei Tan instantly exploded. He hated people calling him short. Fine, this man, I want to chop him into pieces. Fei Tan instantly left the ground and rushed at Uchiha Madara at a speed that the naked eye couldn't catch. His fingers closed and pointed directly at Uchiha Madara's carotid artery. But all the movements in the eyes of the Sharingan are always in slow motion. Uchiha Madara directly kicked Fei Tan into the building. Boom! Fei Tan was stunned, Vigilante was stunned, and Xiao Di was also stunned. They quickly understood that the courier, who could beat the flying tank into a state of confusion, was definitely not a kind soul. Almost at the same time, they wanted to join the battle. Unfortunately, only the strong are qualified to join the battle. They are indeed strong, but against the awakened divinity of Uchiha Madara, they are not enough. Uchiha Madara's body overflowed with blue chakra, wrapping him in layers. Higher, higher, and higher. The condensed version of Susanoo, which is 20 meters high, rose from the ground, and the powerful pressure shocked everyone and made them unable to move. The blue giant held Budu in its hand and slapped the flying tank into the ground like it was swatting a mosquito. During this period, Shorty resisted fiercely, and Uchiha Madara hurriedly stepped on him with the Susanoo. It didn't take long for Shorty to finish charging up, and suddenly an explosion as hot as the sun burst out. Uchiha Madara waved his hand, extinguished the smoke, and punched the murderer a few more times. After a while, Shorty struggled with all his strength, and all kinds of skills exploded. Uchiha Madara strengthened his defense, and coldly stared at Shorty until he was exhausted. Finally, Shorty's companions roared and shouted at the top of their lungs, and rushed to help. Uchiha Madara felt that they were too noisy, so he pushed away the dart, crushed the vacuum cleaner, and slapped them twice until they vomited blood. Seeing that the robbers had lost their fighting strength, the reporters and the police arrived late. Uchiha Madara just untied the Susanoo, tied the three people together, and put them next to the dead customer. He returned to the small motorcycle, took the express delivery, and put it in the hands of the customer. "Your express delivery, please sign for it. When I find Saishomaru, I will ask him to save you. Remember to give him a 5-star rating." At this moment, Uchiha Madara thought of Yoshi Asakura Saishomaru's various good things about Aizen. Although the customer was already dead, with the Onmyoji Tensei Reaper, he could drag the customer out of the underworld to sign for the express delivery. 5-star rating. Just around the corner. Fei Tan x Vigilante x Little Drip. They had never seen such a strange courier. Was there really nothing wrong with his brain? 5 minutes later, Fei Tan, Vigilante, and Little Drip were taken away by the police because they had lost the ability to resist. This was the first time that the spiders of the Phantom Troop were shackled and taken to the police station for interrogation. What a novel experience. If this was in normal times, even if they broke their hands and feet, they could still kill this group of police. Unfortunately, now they had an unfathomable courier watching them, and they really couldn't do something like dying in vain. Chapter 248. As a battlefield demon god, Uchiha Madara did not have the word fear in his dictionary. As long as he wanted to, not to mention the Phantom Troop, even the Saint Seiya could be slapped into the latrine pit. If he hadn't personally experienced Yi-Josa's bullshit, if he hadn't experienced a different world and become more Buddhist, if he hadn't cherished life more after being a dog, he would have killed the spider with an earth-exploding heavenly star cluster and blown up Yukaxian with a dragon flame song. How could he have waited for the police to collect him in a good temper? He even considerately helped a group of ordinary people watch the criminals. Uchiha Madara stood on the side with his arms crossed. He stared coldly at the 3 spiders sitting in a row, exchanging murderous intent with them. If this was in the ninja era, he would have praised the younger generation, but in a world ruled by law, he just wanted to scold them for being brainless. Even an ancestor like him had to wash his hands and get a job with his ID card and behave himself. The 3 kids whose ages were not even enough for him to slap them to death actually dared to kill people in the downtown area who gave them the guts to dare to mess around with Yukaxian, who was under the protection of Uchiha Madara. Not to mention anything else, it was fine if the 3 kids slaughtered the bastards and conveniently solved the cancer of society. He would definitely turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. But they had extraordinary strength, but they aimed their murderous intent at ordinary people. Was it amazing? Why could they take it for granted to hurt people who were irrelevant to them? And what was their answer? It was precisely because those people were irrelevant, so what if they hurt them? This was precisely the answer that Uchiha Madara disdained and could not bear. During the most chaotic warring states period of the ninja world, it was not that Uchiha Madara had not done cruel things to destroy other races, but after experiencing the baptism of war, he had never really immersed himself in killing but longed for peace more than anyone else. His heart was very small, he could only tolerate his own family. Under the pressure of the entire clan, he became an ally with the Senju clan. But to protect his younger brother. It was precisely because he had seen the darkness that he could not tolerate the darkness. Therefore, Uchiha Madara could not understand the extreme thinking of the 3 spiders. He could not agree with their views at all. Since they could start from the dirtiest. After crawling out of Meteor Street, why would he choose the lifestyle of Meteor Street? Just like the shinobi clan that can unite into a shinobi village, they don't want to work alone anymore. If they can make progress, they don't want to stay stagnant. What? Can't change. Since it could not be changed, what was the point of leaving Meteor Street? If Uchiha could reconcile with Senju, what else in the world could be more important than this? In the eyes of Uchiha Madara, the so-called Phantom Troop, to put it bluntly, was an organization of villains. Due to the villains' barbaric attitudes and decent strength, in order to protect their own lives and interests as much as possible, the higher-ups would only issue arrest warrants for them, sending out a few batches of cannon fodder to test the waters. In the end, they would issue a notice to warn the ordinary people to stay away from the bandits. They would use the passage of time to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. And because of the above, the Phantom Troop was even more lawless. In the end, it raised the ambition of the bandits, and a large number of innocent civilians suffered. Is there really no strong person in this world who can control the Phantom Troop? Will the people who suffer from it only choose to swallow their anger? Do the strong people really not know that there is a group of evil people? Oh, it's just that it doesn't involve fundamental interests, so they choose to stand by. Uchiha Madara brushed the non-existent dust on his clothes. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the new world was no different from the decaying Woodleaf village. Isn't history like this? From war to peace, from peace to prosperity, from prosperity to decay, from decay to rebirth. This is a common problem in the development of human society. Just like an old man who is about to die must go to the grave, sooner or later, the raging fire of the new generation will burn away the old customs. However, if there is no strong king who can restrain all parties, the so-called rebirth is just a fantasy. Uchiha Madara was not in the mood to become a master. He lived most of his life as a handsome young man who entered the Sunset Glow nursing home. He just wanted to live a good life in the express company. As for these 3 spiders, killing them directly is the simplest way, but it is also the cheapest way for them. There is no such thing as a quick death for doing evil, he has many ways to torture people. Uchiha Madara released his Sharingan and dragged the 3 spiders into the Tsukuyumi world. 12 hours and 1 second, and they were beaten to death by Uchiha Madara. When the monthly reading was over, they couldn't bear it at all and fainted. TSK, after all, a kid is a kid. He can't even stand 12 hours. If Hashirama is here, he can fight with him for 3 days and 3 nights. With the Sharingan in hand, Uchiha Madara can do anything easily. He created the illusion of the spiders running away, then tied the 3 spiders on the back of the motorcycle and left. The next day, Uchiha Madara's news media broadcasted the news of dangerous people fleeing in the city. At that time, Uchiha Madara sealed the telekinesis of the 3 spiders and gave him another month of reading under the provocation and scolding of the flying tank. He succeeded in making the shorty suffer a double mental and physical blow. On the 3rd day, Uchiha Madara pursued the dangerous people who escaped, and the logistics industry was completely suspended for 3 days. At that time, the 3 spiders who learned to be good settled down and tried to negotiate with Uchiha Madara and make deals. Because Uchiha Madara did not cooperate at all, it eventually evolved into threats and intimidation by the spiders. They were lucky enough to stay in the Tsukuyumi world for 72 hours. On the 4th day, the heat of Uchiha Madara's pursuit of the spiders was still not extinguished, and it even became more and more intense. At that time, Uchiha Madara used the Sharingan to effortlessly get all the information about the Phantom Troop from the spiders' mouths, and he got a copy of the information that the Red Eyes of the Cave Tower clan were exterminated. Uchiha Madara didn't care whether the Cave Tower clan was a descendant of the Uchiha clan or not. In his eyes, those who look good and have red eyes are related to the Uchiha bloodline. He picked up the big fan, dug out the big scythe, stared at the Sharingan, and prepared to kill the leader of the Phantom Troop, Koloa. The final harvest was 3 little ghosts who hugged his calf and cried, "Grandpa, don't." On the 5th day, Uchiha Madara was attacked by the terrorists' revenge, and the atmosphere in the city was panicked and depressed. At that time, the 3 spiders put down the butcher's knife and became a Buddha. In the case of their telekinesis being sealed, they reluctantly put on the courier's equipment and reorganized the Mountain High Express and unblocked the city's logistics. Uchiha's father told them that 1 minute of escape, 10 hours of Tsukimi. 15 negative comments, Susanoo will kill you. Lift your skull, and the rest of the spiders will be attracted. Fei Tan, Swordsman, and Konoha were arranged clearly. They numbly got on the small motorcycles and went to deliver the express. For the safety of the team, for the life of the leader, they can only endure the humiliation. After a hard day's work, the newbies got a daily salary of 5,000 ring-in-ai. Uchiha's father sat on the sofa to check the positive comments, and the 3 spiders obediently sat at the other end of the table, close to the wall. Swordsman's positive comments are 100%. Uchiha Madara raised his eyes. Take your food and go to your room, I won't beat you today. Swordsman burst into tears. As a logistics staff, he was beaten every day, which was really worse than death. Uchiha Madara was 10,000 times more terrible than the leader. Konoha's positive comments are 80%. Uchiha Madara frowned. 20% negative comments, where did it come from? Konoha replied seriously, the perverts harassed me, so I beat them. Remember to deliver the express tomorrow with a knife. Let them choose between chopping off their hands or positive comments. Uchiha Madara said, take your food and go, I want to see their repentant follow-up comments tomorrow. Yes. Konoha picked up the steamed bun and soy milk. Mr. Uchiha, for the sake of positive comments, you are more like a robber than a robber. Put down the soy milk, there's no more for you. Konoha. I didn't expect Fei Tan to have 100% positive comments. Uchiha Madara's tone was cold. Fei Tan looked up and habitually sneered, because I stole a gun, hee hee. Everyone. Robber, I'm a robber. Aizen landed steadily in a remote town in the Republic of Bartogia. The people here were simple and enthusiastic, and they were very welcoming to outsiders. With superb disguise skills, Aizen let down his hair, put on his glasses, and became an honest person. Because he had built the Palace of the Night in the Void Circle when he was a boss, he used this experience to temporarily live in the town as an architect and got the opportunity to design a church. In less than a month, Aizen had mastered the language, history, and culture, and even had a good understanding of the political trends of various countries. He was friendly, kind, simple, and honest, and was quickly favored by the single girls in the town. Aizen played the role of a warm man, and became the dream lover of women from all walks of life. He got his ID card without a hitch and saved a considerable amount of money. When he said goodbye with a smile, all the women in the town were in pain, and all the men in the town were happy to see him off. Aizen did not hesitate to go to the Sky Arena where he could earn money the fastest. From the information he got, there were 2 largest intelligence bases in the Republic of Bartogia. One was the intelligence network of the adversary's family. As long as you paid, you could get any information. The other was the Sky Arena. As long as you became a floor master above the 200th floor, you could get connections, status, and information. He chose the Sky Arena because only by understanding the power level and energy system of the new world could he make corresponding plans and advance step by step, and this was the reason why he did not use moon reflection. Aizen was used to hiding his strength, so he signed up for the competition honestly, and won by a hair's breadth every time. The audience felt that he was too lucky, as if he had a cheat code. Aizen maintained his stiff expression and opened his phone. Very good, he won another billion by betting on himself. He fought his way up floor by floor, step by step, and reached the 200th floor. At that time, Yijiosa was playing around with Aluja, and did not know that Aizen also came to the Sky Arena. So when he looked up and saw the banner outside, and saw Aizen's honest face, he was shocked. Then, Yijiosa focused his eyes and saw Saifa versus Siso. Yijiosa. Saifa. Urkiola Saifa. Aizen, is it really okay for you to use the name of Little Bat? But he was not in the mood to think about anything else. Yijiosa bought the admission ticket at lightning speed, and before he left, he pulled Alumi over and told her seriously, "Alumi, I'm telling you, don't bet on Sisso this time." Alumi stared at Yijiosa for a while, took out her phone, and started typing. "Hey, Sisso, can you win tonight? Hee, is the opponent very strong?" Sisso licked his poker cards. "He doesn't look like much. Low-profile brown hair, black-rimmed glasses, honest temperament, kind and gentle smile." That Saifa was the kind of person that Sisso did not want to talk to at all. Alumi hung up, and without a word, she bet on Sisso. Compared to Saifa, who won with inexplicable luck, Alumi believed in Sisso's strength more. Yijiosa looked at her with pity. "May God be with you. May God be with you." This sentence was also suitable for Sisso tonight. In the 200th floor arena, lights, big screens, a sea of spectators, and cheers that could lift the dome. As the host introduced passionately, Aizen smiled shyly and walked up to the stage. Looking at the gentle Aizen on the big screen, Yijiosa and Gilgamesh both felt a deep pain in their stomachs. Who would have thought that the opponent was a cool and domineering final boss? Chapter 249. In the huge arena, the brilliance was dazzling, the passionate commentary, the cheers shook the sky. The red clown, the father of the blue team, sparks flew everywhere, the online duel. Ladies and gentlemen, the contestants from both sides have entered the arena. On the left side of the arena is the familiar poker maniac, Mr. Sisso. On the right side of the arena is this year's biggest dark horse, Mr. Lucifer. As everyone knows, Mr. Sisso has never lost a match since he entered the arena. He is strong and has rich combat experience. There are only matches that he is unwilling to participate in, and there is no match that he cannot win, and Mr. Lucifer has been lucky since he entered the arena, winning several matches in danger. It seems that as long as he steps into the arena he will always be favored by the god of luck. I wonder if in this arena, will the super strength defeat the luck value max, or will the luck value eliminate the super strength? It's worth looking forward to. It's worth watching. I'm sure everyone is very curious. Can Mr. Sisso maintain his undefeated legend? Can Mr. Lucifer continue to be lucky? The host explained passionately. The atmosphere in the arena was hyped up. The audience seemed to be on drugs, shouting, "Kill him, tear him, kill him." The smell of sweat was fermenting, and their blood was surging. Their emotions were swelling. On the other hand, on the arena, the referee stood still. After confirming that both sides had no intention of withdrawing from the competition, he nimbly waved his arm, indicating that the competition had begun. Sisso held an ace of hearts between his fingers, slowly raised it, and kissed it. "I suddenly find you very interesting. To stand in front of me without fear, your courage is commendable." Aizen smiled honestly, stretched out his hand to push his black-rimmed glasses, and said, "Seriously, you are also very interesting, standing in front of me without flinching, worthy of praise." Sisso chuckled lightly, and a malicious intent was slowly released, enveloping the entire arena. It was like a giant beast opening its eyes from a nap. For a moment, the air in the arena suddenly tightened, and it was extremely oppressive. Aizen smiled, unmoved by the wind. "Has no one told you that, worthy of praise, is the line of the strong?" Sisso lowered his voice and his eyes were cold. "Your psyche seems to be pretty good, and you hide your aura very well. Then, play with me." In the next second, Sisso's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, so fast that even the camera couldn't capture it. When he appeared again, the ace of hearts was tilted, and he had already slashed at the artery between the Aizen's neck. Everyone held their breaths and lost their ability to speak. Illumi waited for the head to roll to the ground, but Yijiosa and Gilgamesh remained calm. Unexpectedly, Aizen just raised his hand and easily grabbed Sisso's wrist. His slender fingers followed the force and unloaded the Ace of Hearts. Following that, old Frank Aizen extended his leg and kicked Sisso's knee. Under Sisso's surprised gaze, he suddenly let go of his opponent's wrist. In an instant, Sisso lost his balance and fell flat on his face. The audience. The host had a quick wit. Oh my god. Mr. Sisso is indeed a man blessed by the goddess of luck. The game just started, and Mr. Sisso slipped. Aizen showed a shocked and surprised expression. He hurriedly bent over and reached out his hand. Are you okay? When his hand touched the flesh, there was a crisp, click sound. Sisso found that his elbow was inexplicably dislocated. At the same time, Aizen said earnestly, "It seems that your elbow is dislocated. Mr. Sisso, don't wear high heels in the game next time." The host said without hesitation, because Mr. Sisso wore high heels in the game, he finally slipped. That's really good. But it's a pity. High heels are risky, so be careful in the game. If Mr. Sisso wore sports shoes in the game, he definitely wouldn't have fallen. Outside the arena, Illumi was speechless. The eldest young master narrowed his eyes. He suddenly felt a sense of panic, as if the nuns were about to fly away. He fixed his gaze on Sisso, who was drunk with laughter at the beginning of the game, and began to sharpen his sharp nails. Creak, creak, there was a drawn-out sound. Yijiosa couldn't help but turn around and ask, "What's wrong, Illumi? If Sisso loses, I'll kill him." Her black hair moved even though there was no wind, and Illumi looked like a female ghost. Right here, right now. Yijiosa was speechless. Now it seemed that it wasn't that Illumi was careless in making friends and was led astray by Sisso, but that Sisso was careless in making friends and was always threatened by Illumi. Somehow, he felt sorry for the clown man. He probably wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow morning. But Sisso was still tenacious. He seemed to understand that if he lost here, he would be chased by Illumi for thousands of miles. He jumped up from the ground in minutes, distanced himself from Aizen by 3 meters, and neatly reconnected his joint. "I didn't expect it to be a delicious fruit," Sisso laughed in a low voice, and his arched eyebrows revealed an irrepressible madness. "A ripe, delicious big apple, I'll pluck you," he became excited. Delicious, you dash under the control of a flexible love." The cards that filled the sky turned into sharp murderous intent, and the moment they appeared, it was the real deal. Aizen's lenses flickered slightly. He understood that he couldn't bluff his way out this time, so he finally moved and gracefully walked through the cards. He reached out his hand, seemingly casually inserting it into the air, but he was always able to firmly grasp a card. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. His entire deck of cards was gradually collected. And his body was also covered in pink psychic threads. Sisso trembled with excitement. He tiptoed and flipped 2 cards. He wrapped Aizen's figure with psychic power and went straight for his neck. Sisso seemed to have a special liking for the main artery of his prey. Swoosh dash, suddenly, a card spun and brushed past his cheek, drawing a line of blood. Swoosh 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 dash, suddenly, 3 cards attacked from different directions, cutting through Sisso's clothes and cutting a lock of red hair. The look in Sisso's eyes became crazier. His psychic power suddenly increased, and he quickly weaved through the dancing cards. 1, 2, 3 attacks, each more terrifying than the last. Boom, boom, boom dash, the thick floor of the ring was blown up, and the camera couldn't follow the movements of both parties. Even the host's commentary stopped. Only the figures of the 2 men were left in the ring, weaving, feeding, and fighting like lightning. Sisso was cunning, while Aizen was treacherous. One was good at faking, while the other was used to mirage. The cards were real and fake, and the psychic threads were long and short, but the battle was vigorous. Sisso was really angry, but Aizen was still calm. Most of the time, Aizen was like a cat playing with a mouse, skillfully and easily. Illumi's face darkened in the audience. He understood that there was no need to continue. Sisso's strength was much weaker than Lucifer's. But, since when did Lucifer appear? Why didn't the enemy's intelligence network have any clues about him? Was he using a fake name? Phew. Full score. Sisso moaned and let out a satisfied sigh. No. You're more perfect than full score. Oh, what should I do? I'm completely excited. Then, everyone saw Sisso stretch out his hand, his long fingernails running through his messy hair, and along his forehead. He raised his neck, supported his waist, shook his buttocks, and straightened his legs. It was extremely eye-catching. Aizen's smile gradually froze. "Aw," Sisso moaned softly, and caressed his lower abdomen. He kicked off his high heels, and wildly took off his short jacket. He bit his lip and tore off his waist-tight shirt, revealing his sexy eight-pack and smooth, firm chest muscles. Then, he threw a coquettish look at Aizen, and put his hands on the waist of his pants, as if he could pull off his pants in the next second. Aizen's black-rimmed glasses tilted slightly. The audience felt suffocated. Yijose's face was expressionless, and he turned to ask Illumi, "Is this a striptease show?" Illumi's face was expressionless, and she turned to look at her. "You'll get used to it. Everyone. You'll get used to it." This sentence contained a lot of information, young master. Damn it, Jifeng. In the arena, Aizen took off his black-rimmed glasses, rubbed his burned eyes, and took a deep breath. Before Sisso pulled off his pants, he spread his fingers to gather his scattered bangs, and slowly pulled them back up. His ash-gray eyes were no longer expressionless, and a sharp glint shone in them. His loyal facade was washed away, and he revealed his most ruthless, cold-blooded, domineering, and dictatorial self. He was like a peerless sword, and his bangs were the scabbard that concealed its sharpness. When his gelled hands combed his smooth hair into a shiny, slick-back hairstyle, it was as if a sword had been released from its scabbard, and it reflected his bloodthirsty wildness. Instantly, countless cameras turned from Sisso to Aizen. Aerial shots, close-range shots, and long-range shots were taken from all directions. The entire Sky Arena's footage was converted to show Aizen's handsome face, cold, sinister, and perfect. As if he had become a different person, Aizen glanced at the audience with disdain, and countless audience members felt their legs turn to jelly. When it came to martial arts, Sisso lost. When it came to looks, Sisso lost. When it came to styling and posing, Sisso still lost. He was utterly defeated, and he was utterly ashamed of his defeat. The next moment, Aizen's Ryatsu suddenly rose, and it filled the arena like a tsunami. With a terrifying force, he directly sent Sisso flying, and he was smashed into the wall so hard that he could not be pulled out. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and he looked extremely cool. Aizen smiled contemptuously, and the hearts of countless young ladies and old ladies in front of the video fell. After confirming their gazes, he was the domineering CEO of Tianliang Wangpe in the novel. When Aizen transformed into a human, he already possessed the strength of a spirit king. Although Sisso was strong, he still could not withstand a single blow. In the ruins, Sisso could not get up, but even if he lost, he was still smiling in an enchanting and perverted manner. He had his eyes on Aizen. He wanted Aizen. He must kill Aizen. Oh, Big Apple, Aizen won, and with a wave of his sleeves, he did not take away a single poker card. Sisso lost, and the first thing he said when he woke up every day was to give himself a pep talk. Although the competition had ended, the aftertaste left a deep impression on the audience. Amidst the thunderous applause, Alumi stood up and said, "Excuse me." Yijiosa did not mind. He had to find some time to look for Aizen and ask if they had any news about Saishomaru. He pulled Alugia and the dog back to the guest room, and coincidentally bumped into Xiao Jia and Qi. Qi. Qian Gan Dui Huang Wu. Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia. Rose penetrating core acyl stirring boat emblem barium which titanium stem. E. Qian Quan. Qian Shan. This is, Qi. Is it true that Prion is stolen? EU. Ding. E. Gorgon blind. Poison confusion polypus moth. Cormorant decayed skeleton harrow forgive visit me since you chun song jing ji ji luo delicacy forgive visit me wei na bai. Kai shao jie. Tao ee. Stab. After saying that, he dragged a group of people and ran. Boom, a terrible explosion came from the 212th floor of the arena. Two figures flew down the building, sparring with each other, and killing intent filled the air. Xiao Yi, how can you be so heartless? Sisso was sweating profusely and covered in blood. Losers. Alumi's black hair rose with her telekinesis, concealing her expression, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that looked like they were about to take his life. I'm going to kill you, right here, right now. Sisso was speechless. What if this stingy, murderous cheapskate lost all his money? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. At 1:00 in the morning, the 212th floor of the Sky Arena was filled with nails and poker cards. The surveillance cameras were all destroyed, and a large part of the building was damaged. At 1:15 in the morning, a purple-haired beauty came to the rescue and took away Sisso, who was seriously injured and almost stabbed in the heart. At 1:20 in the morning, Alumi, who had chased after Xiao Yi to no avail, went back to her room to sulk. The 200th floor of the arena was filled with murderous intent, and no one dared to enter. At 1:30 in the morning, Qi, who had been scared by his own big brother. Sick. Go Jia Ba. Ji Shan Mu Jia. Ji Shan Mu Jia. Ji Shan Mu Jia. Poisonous toad Shan Mu Jia. Chest mail Shan Mu Jia. After that, Yijiosa dragged his family and dog to the night market. He happened to run into Nobunaga and Wijin, who were drinking beer and eating meat without paying, and wanted to kill people. Seeing the injustice, he pulled out his sword and helped them. He beat them up, put them in a sack, and threw them into the moat. He was in a good mood. At 2:00 in the morning, Yijiosa ran into the D-cup, golden-haired, hawk-nosed beauty Parker. She seemed to be lace. As soon as they met, she took the initiative to put her hand on his shoulder and slowly moved closer and closer, as if she was investigating something. 3 seconds later, the D-cup beauty had a seizure. She fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching. Her eyes were white, and she didn't have long to live. Yijiosa bravely helped her up, called the ambulance, paid the medical fees, and sent her to the emergency department. He also set an example for Oluka. When you see a beauty fall, you have to bravely help her up. If she wants to extort money from you, you have to compensate her with yourself. That way, you'll have a wife. If the beauty isn't trying to extort money from you, you have to send her to the ambulance. Don't leave your name when you do a good deed. Just give her a piece of paper with your phone number on it. Even if you don't save a beauty, you have to send them to the ambulance. Don't leave your name when you do a good deed, but you have to give them a piece of paper with your bank number on it. Oluka nodded blankly, indicating that she remembered it. Yijiosa was very pleased and praised her for being teachable. At 2:00 in the morning, Yi-Jiosa returned to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. He calmly walked through the murderous aura, knocked on Ionia's door, and stuffed the golden retriever inside. A minute later, the 200th floor was clear after the rain, and the air was fresh. At around 9:00 in the morning, Yi-Jiosa received a notification from the arena. 2:30 p.m., 200th floor of the arena, Demacia vs. Lucifer. Yi-Jiosa smiled mysteriously. After that, Yi-Jiosa sneaked downstairs and bet 100 million on himself. At the same time, Aizen received the notification for the afternoon match, but he didn't care. His strong confidence and arrogance made him unwilling to even understand the basic information of his opponent. Aizen slowly went downstairs and bet 100 million on himself. Half an hour before the match started, Illumi found Yi-Jiosa and told him, "I bet on you." Yi-Jiosa was surprised. "Didn't you lose everything? Where did you get the money?" "I bet your golden retriever with the banker." Yi-Jiosa was speechless. Kulolo quietly hid his head in the straw basket to reduce his presence. Far away in Yukaxian City, bumpy roads, swaying motorcycles, swaying deliveries. Vigilante raised his improved phone and sent a message to his teammates who hadn't been tortured by Uchiha Madara. "Yes, Captain. My flying tanks and Little Drop's telekinesis are all sealed. I don't know how he did it. When we have the thought of killing someone, our heads will explode in pain. Yes, the opponent is called Uchiha Madara. He's suspected to be from the Cave Tower clan that was destroyed. But his eyes are mutated, red. Yes, there's a Magatama shape in them. They can spin and create a different dimension." Captain, how did you know? Are you lurking around him?" "I understand. We'll find out his trump card and stall him so that he won't interfere with the exploration team." Vigilante lowered his voice. "Encircle him." "No, Captain, we can't act rashly without a foolproof plan. That guy is too strong. Even Flying Tank couldn't last more than 3 rounds against him. Captain, we can only find a stronger ally to kill Uchiha Madara. I watched the match at the Sky Arena. I heard from Maki that Sisso was beaten by a man called Saifa, until he couldn't fight back. Yes, Saifa is a strong person who can ally with us. If he can join forces with the exploration team, we should be able to get rid of Uchiha Madara." "Okay, Captain, we'll obediently listen to him for the time being. Hey, let's not talk anymore. I have to deliver a package first. Without a good review, Uchiha Madara won't give us food QAQ." The person on the other side of the phone. Vigilante put down the phone, raised his bright and harmless handsome face, and handed the package to the customer. Dear customer, please sign for your package. I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become more beautiful. Is it the season of love?" The girl with acne covered her face and wrote a 5-star review with a flushed face. On the other side of Yukaxian City, Flying Tank held the package with a ferocious expression. The note on the package clearly wrote, "Help me buy a pack of sanitary pads and send it to the 3rd stall of the women's restroom in Central Park. Help, help. Please, I'll definitely give a 5-star review. Sanitary pads. Sanitary pads. Why did he have to deliver this kind of package? Wasn't this supposed to be his job?" With a crack, Flying Tank broke the disposable chopsticks in the lunchbox. He took a deep breath and shakily rode the motorcycle with his gun. He endured the humiliation and made a turn to the nearest convenience store with a twisted mood. Other robbers robbed with guns, but he fucking bought sanitary pads with a gun. Very good, very good. When he recovered, he would kill them all. Kill them all. Damn. My head is starting to hurt again. Carrying a black plastic bag, Flying Tank drove the motorcycle to Central Park with a terrible expression. Then he realized that not only did he have to buy sanitary pads, but he also had to enter the women's restroom. Flying Tank. The hand holding the bag trembled slightly. Chapter 250. Under the rule of the evil Uchiha vigilante, Flying Tank, and Xiao Di lived a miserable life every day. They got up earlier than chickens, slept later than dogs, and ate less than cats. They worked more than cows, earning money from selling cabbages, worrying about selling white powder. Not only did they have to cooperate with the exploration team from the inside and outside, they also had to fight with Uchiha Madara. It could be said that they were mentally and physically exhausted. They were thinner than yellow flowers. Captain Kuluoluo told them through Vigilante that the members of the exploration team would gather at Yukaxian in September. The first goal was to snatch the game Island of Greed, the second goal was to capture Miss Wang Enai, who had the ability to predict, and kill a golden-haired chain hand. The third goal was to deal with Sisso. Although he did not know why, Kuluoluo wanted to deal with Sisso, as the head of the exploration team, he had never made any wrong decisions. Moreover, Sisso's personality was abnormal, his actions were strange, and his popularity was too bad. It was better to kill him than to keep him. However, the prerequisite for all the plans to be implemented was to stop Uchiha Madara from making a move. Yukaxian was like Uchiha Madara's private territory. If he wanted to cause trouble in someone else's yard, he had to have the strength to snatch resources from the local tyrant. If there was no Uchiha Madara, then the order issued by Kuluoluo would only be a massacre. After all, it didn't matter if it was Yukaxian's gang or the 10 old men, with the strength of the exploration team. They didn't need to take it seriously at all. But now, one of the strongest combat power, Flying Tank, was dead. The swordsman, who came up with schemes, was defeated. Even the Xiao Di, who was good at dealing with the aftermath and covering up traces, was KO. This forced the exploration team to be afraid of the power of Uchiha Madara. However, how to stall this big ferocious beast was really a problem. With the Sharingan, they couldn't keep the secret at all. For this, the vigilante was so worried that his hair was about to fall off. As the days passed, the three spiders became more and more worried. They couldn't even eat cheap fast food. What should we do? What a headache. Vigilante smiled bitterly. Uchiha Madara has set his sights on Yukaxian and won't be able to drive him away easily. But Captain and the others will be coming here in September. Fei Tan's face was gloomy. In the information given by the commander, there is a mission to kill the golden-haired chain hand. You said that the chain hand is a descendant of the cave tower race. Yes. Vigilante nodded. The information given by the captain is very complete. Kalapika, the blonde chain hand, 17 years old, descendant of the cave tower tribe. He is a target that must be killed. But with Uchiha Madara. TSK. Vigilante rubbed his face. The Cave Loot Ta clan isn't related to him by blood, but when he heard the news that the Cave Loot Ta clan was destroyed, he still decided to kill the leader. This kind of bigoted powerhouse will definitely protect him if he encounters the chained hands before the exploration team. That would be terrible. Fei Tan said in a deep voice, "Why did you have to wait for the chain hand to reach Yukaxian? The exploration team can definitely kill him before the chained hand arrives." No. Vigilante shook his head. There is a senior hunter following the chained hand. If we kill him now, we will only provoke the Hunters Association. The vice president of the Hunters Association, Paris Tun, has privately informed the commander that the chained hand's backers are Folis and Beatdown. Folis and Beatdown. Fei Tan squinted his eyes. When has the exploration team ever been afraid? Fei Tan. Vigilante said helplessly. Have you forgotten? No. 8 was killed by beatdown. Fei Tan's face became even more gloomy. It is said that the Chained Hand has a good relationship with the sons of these two backers. Vigilante shrugged helplessly. Before we know the attitude of Fullus and Beatdown, we can't act rashly. Damn it. Fei Tan cursed in a low voice. Just as he was about to curse, he was suddenly interrupted by a damn it. Fei Tan and Vigilante turned their heads and saw Xiao Di, who was quiet beside them, quickly eating her rice. After opening a dialogue box, she handed the mobile phone to them and said, Uchiha Madara sent a text message. He asked us to log into FTF and apply for an account to join Yukaxan Logistics Group. Fei Tan x Vigilante. Logistics Group. They were really scared. FTF, full name, Face. TO, Face, meaning face to face. It is a life app that integrates chat, selfie, making friends, social circle, and other functions. Although Uchiha Madara knew the purpose of the mobile phone, it was the first time he seriously studied the app. He didn't know it before, but once he used it, he was shocked. He was immersed in FTF every minute and couldn't extricate himself. The ancestor of the ninja world finally became fashionable. Under the enthusiastic guidance of other couriers, he applied for an account and opened a social circle. His profile picture was full of a tough guy's temperament. Even his ID was Uchiha Madara. He was very arrogant and straightforward, and Uchiha Madara understood the chat app. He immediately thought of the 3 spiders that were left outside. Well, first pull them into the Yukaxian Logistics Group, then pull them into the Teach You to Be a New Person group. Very good, that's it. Since the owner and colleagues who deserved a beating weren't here, he could only find small spiders to relieve the loneliness of an empty nest old man. Sigh. Uchiha Madara typed quickly, enter the group within 3 minutes. If you are late by 1 minute, you will have to wait for 2 hours. Not long after, 3 beeps sounded at the same time. Vigilante, Fei Tan, and Xiao Di quickly entered the group. Uchiha Madara showed a gratified smile. Not bad, Yukaxian's couriers should be organized like this. Vigilante, Fei Tan, and Xiao Di. Today's customers are still seriously asking us why we kneel down and play with our phones. On the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, the new perfect Prince Charming Aizen. Plus medical maple, roundworm, chivalrous. Meng Xianmu, Heezy, questioned the local thumb lover's punishment. This Lan Tuan family. Hui Tuan family. Thumb Cho. Obedient and plump. He waved his sleeves, and spiritual energy surged, stirring up a gust of wind. The ahog on his face swayed, showing his unique taste. With his debut as the center of the last battle, Aizen no longer needed to disguise himself. He had already understood the power system of the new world, and Sisso, the clown he defeated yesterday, could definitely be ranked among the strong in the new world. Since the strong were only so-so, why should he have any misgivings? Raising his status, recruiting talents, building his power, and snatching resources were the most important things to do at the moment. When he molded himself into the strongest legend, no matter what he wanted, someone would give it to him. Aizen had always been an ambitious person. The MC's passionate voice echoed back and forth in the arena. Amidst the audience's cheers and excitement, Aizen casually glanced at the other entrants, only to find that his opponent still hadn't arrived. Stage fright. What a tactful guy. Aizen lightly curled his lips, maintaining his poise without moving. Just as there were only 10 seconds left before the match, a tall and slender figure hurriedly appeared in his field of vision. It's a woman. Aizen took a closer look, his eyes gradually turned horrified. Oh, fuck, I finally made it. Long time no see, Harmony. Look at your little face, you're so fat that you have a double chin. Yijiosa enthusiastically raised his hand, revealing a bright smile with 8 teeth. I watched your match yesterday. Which type of hair gel did you use? Recommend it. Amazing. Hair gel. Aizen. He expressionlessly turned his head to look at the big screen, which still had the words, Demacia vs. Lucifer. He expressionlessly turned his head to look at Yijiosa, only to find that she warmed up on the spot, then pulled out a long sword, adopting the posture of madly beating a dog and completely plucking its fur. Aizen. The ahog on his forehead slightly trembled. At the same time, the referee suddenly waved his arm and shouted, Match start dash. Yijiosa stared deeply at Aizen with her big bright eyes. Harmony, in fact, a bald head is the only standard to test a handsome guy. How about I shave it for you? Aizen revealed the most gentle smile, removed the cool and domineering CEO temperament, reached out his hand, gently touched the back of his head, and resolutely smoothed his combed hair to the front of his forehead. A tuft of ahog was gone, the sharp outline was covered, the warm gaze returned, and the black-rimmed glasses were put on. The honest Aizen, a wise man, submits to circumstances. He raised his right hand and took a deep breath. I forfeit. Wow dash, there was a commotion in the audience, and not long after, there was a sudden burst of cursing. Yijiosa regretfully put away his long sword. What a pity, my shaving technique is very good. Back then, I was the one who plucked your dog's fur, which allowed you to have a cool summer. Aizen maintained his smile. Owner, you were also the one who plucked the dog's fur in winter. No, owner, you plucked the dog's fur all year round, never slacking off in 4 seasons. Are you sure you want to stand here and reminisce about the past? Aizen was very gentlemanly. Maybe we can find a coffee shop and sit down to chat. Sure. Yijiosa nodded in agreement, and after the referee announced his victory, he followed behind Aizen and walked out of the arena. Host X referee X audience. 30 seconds on stage, chatting with a girl off stage. Giving up on the match, asking a beauty to a room. What else could they say? Look at him, learn from him, pluck up his hair and fight for the world, comb his hair and bring a beauty home. If there were not so many fights between men and women in the arena, would they be able to hold hands and marry each other for 3 years? Although Slickback lost the match, he won his life. Recalling the helpless and desperate look in Slickback's eyes, wasn't this a typical romance drama where love at first sight, desire to chase after a woman, lie low and act like a little salted fish, and immediately push her down? Tisk, Slickback, indeed, he was indeed very resourceful. Everyone imagined a drama, and they looked at Aizen with even more admiration. Yijiosa could not help but rub his arms. TSK, what are they looking at? Aizen's eyes flickered slightly. Maybe they are waiting for me to recommend hair gel to them. Yijiosa. After knowing that Aizen had lost all his money and could not go Dutch, Yijiosa pulled him over without hesitation, and they turned from the entrance of elegant coffee shop to a roadside barbecue stall. Boss. 10 mutton, beef, pork tenderloin, and squid skewers. Also a bottle of beer and 2 servings of fried noodles. Aizen sat on the plastic stool with a stiff smile, and he heard the crisp sound of its legs kicking. He looked around and did not find any wooden chairs, but the plastic stool would probably fall apart if he sat on it any longer. There was no other way. Aizen could only cover the short plastic stool with its wide haori, spread its legs apart, and squat in a horse stance, maintaining its appearance with a hovering posture. Pretending that he was sitting. He looked at the grease stains on the table through his glasses, and then looked at Yijiosa, who did not seem to care much about the bamboo chopsticks, and smacked his lips as he waited for the food. How should he put it? Even a woman was not pretentious, and as a man, he was too fussy. Forget it, it was nothing to have a meal. The barbecue skewers were soon served, and the atmosphere between the two was quite pleasant. They asked about each other's recent situation, and learned about the movements of other dogs. When they realized that neither of them had a clue, they simply exchanged phone numbers, so that they could contact each other in the future. Aizen, register for an FTF account, and I will add you into the Building Socialism group. Yichiosa said while gnawing on the mutton skewers, I have no intention of restricting where you go, what you do, and who you make friends with, as long as you don't do anything rubbish. You know what I am like. You're going to stay in the Sky Arena, right? Yichiosa created a Samied profile picture for Aizen, noted Harmony, and added it into the group. I plan to travel around the world. If there's news about others, contact me in the group. Or, ask them to join the group. Aizen nodded to show that it understood. As long as the owner did not stay in the arena, it could do anything. After explaining things, they exchanged what they needed. Halfway through the meal, they saw a third person at the table, the expressionless big black cat, Illumi. Aizen did not say much. It looked at Illumi, then focused on its skewers. Yichiosa habitually asked the young master to sit down, and asked the boss to add a lot of skewers and a portion of fried noodles. Where are Alugia and the dog? They're asleep. As the eldest son who had raised 4 younger brothers, Illumi was very good at coaxing the children and the dog. It was the first time he sat at a roadside stall and ate. His expressionless black eyes had a rare hint of curiosity. However, just as the young master's butt rested on the plastic stool, he heard a creak. Illumi was speechless. Illumi quickly glanced at the surrounding stools, and found that none of them were sturdy. The young master furrowed his brows and looked at Aizen without batting an eyelid. It didn't make sense that he could sit down. With an inexplicable sense of competition, Illumi cleverly spread its legs and squatted in a horse stance. It stabilized its body in a very proper, circling posture and sat up straight. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they ate the skewers with relish. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, half an hour passed. Aizen and Illumi exchanged names, and Yichiosa and Illumi also exchanged numbers. After a few bottles of beer, Yichiosa happily invited Illumi to build socialism together. Illumi thought about it for a moment and did not refuse. In the end, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, Aizen and Illumi ended the circling posture and stood up without a change in expression. Yichiosa slowly stood up and slightly shook his sore legs. Damn, I can't afford to do a horse stance and eat skewers. I won't be coming here again. However, how did these 2 big men sit down? Late at night, Aizen sat on the toilet with its eye socket sunken. He could not understand. He was already a spirit king. Why did he have diarrhea when he was just eating skewers? In the Soul Society, everything he ate would be broken down into spirit particles, so he did not have to worry about going to the toilet. But ever since he became a spirit king and had a physical body. TSK. But if even he had diarrhea, the other 2 should not be spared. Ha! In the Ionia room, Illumi, who was immune to all poisons, combed the dog's fur without feeling anything. In the Demacia room, Yichiosa, who had been trained by Big Hua Xia's iron stomach, slept soundly while drooling. 10 minutes later, Aizen stared at the toilet paper that had been used up and fell into deep thought. He turned on the FTF, but found that no one could send him toilet paper. But Aizen was Aizen after all. No matter what happened, he would be able to stay calm. He opened the app and ordered a plate of egg fried rice. There was a note, Sky Arena, floor 200, room 444. The door is unlocked. Bring me toilet paper and I'll give you a 5-star rating. In the distant Yukaxian, in the logistics group, a delivery boy from the Republic of Bartokia posted the delivery note he received that night with grief. I can't take it anymore. How dare you ask me to send toilet paper? You want me to send toilet paper? Fei Tan, who stayed up all night, sneered and typed, "You're so weak. I even went into the women's toilet to send sanitary pads to a woman. Who do you think you are?" After typing, Fei Tan closed his phone. Then, he suddenly realized that he did not open the private chat, but sent it in the group. Fei Tan quickly opened the group and saw that there was a long silence in the group. After a long time, Xiao Di and Vigilante sent their congratulations. Chapter 251. Aizen was very interested in the Sky Arena after confirming that Yi Jiuza was only here to make money and not to fight for hegemony. He fought his way up level by level with a clear conscience. Not only did he defeat all the floor masters with unparalleled strength, but he also conquered them with his unique personality and charm. Aizen was indeed the head of the Void Circle /S selling palace and the brand of the Soul World /S marketing team. From the moment he entered the arena. In just over a month, he formed his own evil force, the dog hunting team of course. This name was given by Yi Jiuza. Aizen was unable to resist. But even with the name of a down-to-earth and easy-to-raise dog, Aizen still made the dog hunting team flourish. Because of his outstanding diplomatic skills, not only did he form a connection with the Hunters Association, but he also started to cooperate with the Gongdike family. Sooner or later, Aizen would become a giant in the Bartokia Republic. As for a strong dark horse like him, who had suddenly risen to prominence, would inevitably cause a situation where undercurrents were surging. However, the so-called games, assassinations, framing, and public opinion between humans were all left over from the early 800 years of Aizen's play. In the face of countless open spears and hidden arrows, his forces were still steadily expanding. His foundation was solid and impregnable. It was not that there were no people with ulterior motives, but Aizen could even suppress Vastad, not to mention dealing with a few humans. Therefore, in the time that followed, Yi Jiuza and Illumi withdrew from the competition one after another. They hugged popcorn and ate big watermelon. They carried the dog and Elygia and watched Aizen fight all the way until they stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun. He kissed Wang Ba /S lips, kicked Mary Sue, punched Long Outyen and finally became the new generation /S king of acting tough. Not long after, the Hunters Association and the Gongdike family sent congratulatory messages to the dog hunting team. When Aizen was busy sweeping in all directions, Yi Jiuza had earned enough money and decided to bring his friends to change land. Illumi put down her cell phone and called her family. Li Dike's family never expected that even if they didn't take on any business, they would be able to earn back a quarter's profit just by gambling with Yi Jiuza. What concerned them the most was that ever since Illumi and Yi Jiuza came into contact, the second friend she made was from Aizen. Add medical fern. How could Huan Chia Fan raise badgers for nothing? Nephew Huan Chi's stomach. Niamancho now, the enemy puncher no longer cared about Illumi's friendship situation. He only hoped that Illumi would let himself go and make more friends. After all, the benefits that a powerhouse could bring to an enemy was not as simple as money. For example, Aizen would occasionally invite Illumi for a sparring session. Although Illumi had lost, she had learned a lot. Aizen didn't care at all how much good stuff Illumi was secretly learning. It didn't care about the so-called good stuff at all. He was just selling Li Dike a good idea. At the same time, he also told enemy puncher to stop thinking about him, not to accept his assassination orders, and not to mess with his dog hunting brigade. Li Dike's family was very smart. Decades of survival wisdom told them that they must board Aizen's pirate ship. The relationship between Aizen and Illumi was like a good teacher and a good student. Their harmonious relationship also promoted a win-win situation for both sides. After a period of cooperation, the dog hunting brigade was in the open, while the Lee Dyke family was in the dark. Bit by bit, they nibbled away at the new and old forces in the Republic of Bartogia. It was hard to avoid attracting attention when the momentum was too strong. Just a few days before Yi-Jyosa left, the vice president of the Hunters Association, Pars Tun, personally came to the Sky Arena and had a good talk with Aizen. Pars Tun was a blonde, beautiful young man who liked to wear shiny suits when he appeared. He dressed up like a gorgeous butterfly. With a smile on his face and a friendly tone, he tried to probe Aizen in many ways, but found that Aizen didn't fall for it at all. In fact, Aizen was even more cunning than him. Faced with Pars Tun's language trap, not only did Aizen's defense was watertight, they even launched fierce attacks. Pars Tun was also good at playing mind games. He often stirred the Hunters Association into a mess, but in front of Aizen, he couldn't do anything. In the end, Pars Tun came with the idea of recruiting Aizen as an underling, and left with the sorrow of being recruited by Aizen as an underling. After living for so long, this was the first time he met such a terrifying diatribe expert. He couldn't get along with them at all, and was even afraid of being dragged into a ditch. Pars Tun left, but the cooperation continued. The Hunters Association and the Dog Hunting Brigade communicated with each other, and the situation in Bartogia gradually changed. President Nitro specially met with Aizen. Then, to reassure himself, to make it easier to monitor Aizen, and more for his disciple's growth, Nitro shoved his own disciple, Kimimaro, to Aizen's side. At that time, Kimimaro exchanged glances with Aizen and Yi-Jyosa with a paralyzed face. In the strange silence, President Nitro laughed while stroking his beard. "Aizen, I heard that you take good care of the young masters who beat up the enemy's guests. Then, you should take care of my little disciple as well." Aizen gladly took over, thinking that President Nitro was truly the community's warmest man. Of all people to shove Kimimaro, wasn't it like throwing a meat bun to a dog? Ah pooey, he wasn't a dog anymore. Aizen happily took over the meat bun Kimimaro, asking him to apply for FTF and pull him into the big family of socialism. After not seeing him for a few years, Kimimaro had grown into a handsome and muscular young man. Perhaps because of the necklace Yi-Jyosa had given him, according to Kimimaro, the corpse bone veins hereditary disease hadn't come out for years. "A few months ago, I found equality at the polar glacier." Kimimaro brought heavy news. "Sir, equality is 9 orchid flower. Do you still remember?" Yi-Jyosa nodded. He was already used to the dog turning into a human and a boss. Although he didn't like the boss faces, they were still dogs that he had raised, so there was still affection. What happened to him? After he thawed, he slept for a few more months and only woke up 2 weeks ago. Kimimaro continued, "He's still in the lab now. After it's confirmed that he won't harm humans, he should be able to move freely." "Should?" Aizen caught the keyword and raised his eyebrows. "There's nothing we can do. The equipment shows that his bone age is 10,000 years. Speaking of this, Kimimaro's head hurt. Normal needles can't penetrate the skin, and telekinesis can only cause minor damage. His physical defense is too strong, and only special silverware can cut through his skin. His blood contains energy that can make wild beasts go crazy. When he sleeps, he's surrounded by a strange power. Apart from me, almost no one can get close to him. After he woke up, many veteran hunters fought him and all lost. Plus, his staple food is human blood, so the association has no choice but to lock him up. That's why I said I should. 9 orchid flower has always appeared harmless, but no one dares to let him live in human society. He's too strong, and unless it's an expert on the same level as President Nitro, no one can suppress him. Or President Nitro might not be able to." As he spoke, Kimimaro looked up at Aizen. Now do you understand why the association sent me to you? Talking to a smart person was easy, and Aizen quickly figured out the crux of the matter. You're here mainly to test my temperament, right? If I'm strong and have a good temperament, then. As a friendly partner of the Hunters Association, I might take over the hot potato that is 9 orchid flower. Nitro is a sly old fox. Aizen sighed in admiration. He threw 9 orchid flower to me, but didn't say anything about 9 orchid flower's identity. He doesn't trust me or 9 orchid flower, so he simply wants us to keep each other in check. I don't know where 9 orchid flower stands, and will only think that he's an expert from the Hunters Association. 9 orchid flower doesn't know where I stand, and will only think that I'm a helper from the Hunters Association. That way, we'll only be on guard and testing each other, and we'll never work together. Aizen laughed. Your methods aren't bad. Not only can he keep me in check, but he can also test how dangerous 9 orchid flower is. If something really happens, it'll be my organization that loses. Interesting. As he spoke, Aizen leaned back on the leather sofa leisurely and smiled. Kimimaro, seeing that Nitro is your master, I won't cause trouble for him. But this isn't your master's idea, right? I think this dirty trick suits the rat I met a few days ago. Kimimaro nodded. Yes, Parstun. Aizen memorized Parstun and prepared to put on a good show, opening the doors of the organization to welcome 9 orchid flowers' arrival. From the beginning to the end, he didn't hide his intentions from Yijiosa and Illumi at all. Aizen. Medicine Master. Calling sheep's head harmony moist and durable? Can you please give me a compliment? Good master. He was a man who wasn't afraid of anything. He was the best at scheming and plotting. If it wasn't for the mountain of dogs hit on his back, he would have broken Bartogia by now. What prodigal son, what awakening, what villain turning over a new leaf. None of that existed. The reason why these troublemaking villains were content was because there was a Tai Sui above their heads. And this Tai Sui knew too much of their indescribable dark history. On one side, Aizen and Parstun were plotting against each other, while on the other, Kimimaro and Yijiosa were happily reminiscing about the past. Since Kimimaro had a mission, Yijiosa could only bid him farewell regretfully. I'll travel around the world. My next stop is Whale Island, and then I'll attend Yukexion's auction. Yijiosa smiled. Come out to play after you're done. If there's any news about others, remember to inform me. Kimimaro looked at Yijiosa warmly. Even though they had been estranged for a few years, their deep feelings hadn't faded. He had grown up and was taller than her. He was no longer the little brat who only knew how to circle around her. He could finally fight side by side with her, instead of always being protected behind her. Master, have a safe trip. The 8 airships scattered in all directions, heading for their distant destinations. Next to the window, Yijiosa rested his chin on his hand as he watched the sky arena getting further and further away. No one knew what he was thinking. A few minutes later, Illumi returned with cocktails, orange juice, and milk. After splitting the drinks between her brother and Yijiosa, she didn't mind how much money she had spent. Even a miser could pluck feathers. Did the sun rise from the west today? Yijiosa held the orange juice with a conflicted expression. Illumi, why are you willing to spend money? Don't you have a fever? Your value has exceeded my estimation. I didn't expect you to be related to the Hunters Association's Freedom Wave. A drink, an investment. Illumi's lips twitched. Yijiosa's mouth twitched. You didn't try to curry favor with me when Aizen rose. Illumi turned her dark eyes. Freedom Wave is a junior that President Nitro thinks highly of. There's a high chance that he'll be the next president of the Hunters Association. For some reason, Yijiosa felt a sense of pride that he shared the glory of the other party. It felt like his own child was getting into a top university. That can't be. June, Bofeng Yuji is only 15 or 16 years old, right? Age isn't a problem. Alumi explained. Xiao Jie's father, Kim Fulis, won't participate in the competition for the position of president. Senior hunters won't buy Parlston's tricks. Nitro has a son. He's strong and experienced, but he's not suitable. Yi Jose was taken aback. How is experience not suitable? Because they're father and son, they can't inherit the position one after the other, Alumi said. The Hunters Association isn't Nitro's private property, and Zicheng has to avoid it. But it's a pity to give it up after running it for so long. The best way is to personally groom an outstanding disciple who isn't related to him by blood. Yi Joseph put down the straw and stopped talking. Even Aluja, who was messing around with the dog, quietened down. As long as Freedom Wave is outstanding enough, he'll be the next president. Perhaps due to Aizen's influence, Alumi didn't hide the information about her family. Nitro sent him to Aizen because he wanted to rope him in. Just like how my family wanted me to follow you. Alumi stared at the side of Yi Jose's face and said frankly, you guys are like monsters that appeared out of nowhere. You've broken the world's definition of a strong and disrupted the precarious balance between the various factions. Roping in experts to increase one's own weight is a way for a clan to survive. According to the analysis of my family's intelligence personnel, you, Yi Jose, are the center of the entire network. Aizen is acquainted with you, they forfeited the competition because of you, Freedom of the Waves has a close personal relationship with you. Now, it seems that the humanoid monster in the Hunter's laboratory is also related to you. Yi Jose sipped his orange juice. Get to the point. The point is, in order to rope you in, I will spend money on you. Yi Jose. Alumi explained everything honestly and sincerely. She was so honest that Yi Jose could not bear to look at her. Was the Invincible family's pet really a killer? He felt that no matter if it was Alumi or Ki. Howling parasite, eggplant, fragrant danger. Hairpin gun thin. Thin pan makes noise barium egg sizzle kite. Sea region, Whale Island, deep within the forest. Saishomaru's fluffy tail was spread out behind him. He leaned against the soft tail and rested. Beside his ears were the two naughty children, Dead Fish Eyes Jin and Blind Jump. Corgi's playful voice. A month ago, he had finished learning the common language and characters of this world. He had wanted to fly to another place with Jin and Corgi, but before he could make a decision, he ran into two teenagers, Jay, Fulis and Ki. Zinkton of Cape. Saishomaru smelled the remnants of Yi Jose's scent on them. Just a trace of the scent was enough to make him stop in his tracks. Not only that, but when he saw Ki, who had natural white hair and claw-like fingers in battle. Di Luo. Despicable. Di Luo's coffin was searched Mu Nuo's sword. Di Luo's vulture dirty seal in order to confirm something, Saishomaru took out his whip of light and tested Ki. Di Luo's frame it had to be said that they were both training children. Radon heat. Gong Shan judged stunned, angry, and forgiving. His battle instincts, reaction speed, and explosive strength were already unrivaled among his peers. After a while, both sides became familiar with each other. Saishomaru and his group temporarily stayed in the depths of the forest. Shao Jia and Ki. Di Luo. Di Luo. Stu Posey Yunu Ni. Saishomaru didn't stop them from approaching. He only occasionally sized up Ki. Di Luo. Ji Nai. Di Luo. White hair, sharp claws, poison resistance, animal instincts. Every generation of Invincible family master had white hair, because only the successors who were born with white hair had obvious atavistic traits, which meant that they had the strongest potential and aptitude. Invincible family liked to raise dogs, and they were very fated with dogs. Regardless of whether it was a rare beast or a magical beast, as long as it was a dog, it would especially like to beat invincible family masters. Saishomaru really didn't expect. Chapter 252. Without Yijosa's aura, Saishomaru would never have looked at the child. Without a half-demon brother, Saishomaru would not have been surprised. Argon. The sullen dusk of the sun. Sometimes. Fate was such a wonderful thing, it would always inadvertently scare or surprise people. Saishomaru originally stepped forward with an inquiring attitude, but his aura was too strong, his expression was incomparably cold, and his power was extremely terrifying. He actually scared the two children into a state of battle. When they met on a narrow path, if they could not win, they had to run. Based on the concept of not making enemies with strong enemies, Chi. Sistine. Neon. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He lowered his body and pretended to run for his life at any time. Saishomaru was not someone who would lower himself to coax children, he went straight to the point. As soon as he spoke, he inquired about the whereabouts of Yijosa. The territory of the New World was very large, and the sea breeze on Whale Island was too strong, just by relying on the sensitive nose of the dog demon. He would have to go around in circles to find Yijosa. Since there was a clue that came to him, Saishomaru naturally would not let it go. But the great demon did not expect Chi, Shieji and Yutan Twikyu. But he had a lot of thoughts. Perhaps these two children had a good time with Yijosa. Before they could determine his good or bad, Chi. Radon 3 swollen bubbling blood armaments plotting death. Huaiju. Pray to choose cute source invasion. Desert Sistanch Wall Demon. Not only did he hide the news of Yijosa, he also said that he and Shao Jia were innocent. In the end, this child even raised a big flag for him, saying that if he encountered the so-called Yijosa, he would definitely report the other party's news to him. From the beginning to the end, Chi. Li Ji Zhu Disease 3 Liao K Male Bath. Is Mu an official in his twilight years? Pan Fool Na. Neon strength is low. Tortoise. Even tanned poke coward. Lai Mansion. However, even if they thought highly of him, if they wanted to make a fool out of him, Saishomaru, they would have to suffer a beating. The battle erupted abruptly just like that. It was completely one-sided. Saishomaru brought out the same attitude he had when he was whipping Inuyasha back then, beating the two frisky monkeys firmly. His face was cold, and he had a mocking smile on his face, in addition to some provocative words. It successfully made the two children feel indignant and resist. One day of resistance did not work, and the next day, they would continue to resist. Even though they were one-sidedly beaten by Saishomaru, they continued to fight despite their repeated defeats. The more they fought, the braver they became. Their willpower was so tenacious that it was almost unlike that of a 12-year-old child. And it was also because of this battle that Saishomaru noticed something strange. Dry milk Ju-si happy and confused. Despicable. Fong Changsi Fongsu. Menjua Pata. Skid frame. The result was obvious. After several years of training in Meteor Street, Jin's telekinesis, spiritual energy, body arts, and saber arts had all improved tremendously. Dealing with the two children who had only been in school for less than half a year, he beat them up incisively the entire time. He used his venomous tongue and mocking face, successfully pulling the hatred of the two children. The relationship between enemies and friends lasted for more than half a month, and the two children who did not learn from their mistakes were the first to get along with them. With Saishomaru's tacit consent, Jin's indulgence, and Corgi's instigation, the two children moved deep into the forest and gradually became one with them. Jin was a smart person. Even if Saishomaru did not say anything, he could vaguely guess the big monster's thoughts. Shao Jia was a natural black. Ji. Hazy tu kong ache. Retreating you soon. Shirtless also. Climbing. Stopping badger glaze harmony. Stripped one. Beside Zhuo Pizhu Fade's Qianhuang Limu X unit had only been 2 to 3 days of interaction, but Jin had not only gotten information about Yi Joseph from them, but he had also dug out the children's ancestors. He really did not expect that Shao Jia and Ji Huan Suochen Hang Huan Jun. Huan Suochen Kong Miao Zien Ting A. Ji Chuan Pan La slowly budding Chuan Thumb healthy. Especially Ji. Plot dust. Ping Emo. Nis Jia Xing Shao Jun. Ha. Not Ma Yi. Despicable. Zan Yun. Guanchin Karmic Curtain. Grub Xing Yi. Ah, my house. It's okay to tell you. Pei. Ping Hao Mian Ji. Pry. Kai 7 Li Huan Ji Ba disaster. Pregnant cow. Pegasus Fei Shi Shua toad cow. Ao Wu Shou Chong Kong E Xian also sulfur. Yui Xing calf. Trace. I cupped back post-law and rake thief forgive. Why become a killer? Probably because money comes fast. Well, I don't know either. Gee. Tritium snatch. Fearing to startle patients 3. Fei Xian Lu Fu. Stool di Sun. Collapse. Shrug back to 5. Antagonist v obituary follower. Rusty. Barge me Luozon. The whole process didn't take a second. It was as fast as instinct. Jin narrowed her eyes and quietly sized up Saishomaru's hand. After comparing the two, she became even more silent. When I was a child, I heard my grandfather mention that the family of the enemy seemed to have the bloodline of demonic beasts. Ji Bo Lu Yong Siu Paying. Joke. Ji Bo. Lu Yong Wan Mu Huan. Ba Yi Mu Ji Zhu. Difficult. Tue and Ba Sun Nei. Vertical pupil. Jin's face twitched. She glanced at Saishomaru's dark golden eyes. Very good, it's also a vertical pupil. White hair. White hair is a symbol of atavism. Jibo. Krypton Shuozan. Punishment. Bai Qiaozan steals Qianhuang Weizan. Jibo chases I Peddler 3 Yong Gong Ka. Tue personally seaside surrender pit frame. Moreover, the children who inherit white hair usually have a long life. Jibo. Collapse. Ba Yi Mu. Jibo. Jibo Zan. His hair turned white or silver, and he lived a long life. Jin opened his dead fish eyes and looked at Saishomaru expressionlessly. Oh, this is the color of his hair. His age is based on 1,000 years. I heard that the strongest person in our ancestors had white hair, vertical pupils, fangs, and a red birthmark on his back. The inscribed board collapsed. Ong Qing Ci Qing 4 Scabbard Cutting Foundation. Fongdang Licking Sword Bitter Bowl. Tearing, swinging, and dragging. Forgive me. It's probably made up. Fangs are really no different from demonic beasts. Chi. Is it because of the reduction in funding? Happy magnesium swallow. Shi shun. Moose Scarface. It is difficult to measure phlegm, and it is difficult to steal it. The zinc ostrich at the Cape is in trouble at Na Kip Sea. Is it Kong Biao Pai to play? Chi Hui. Lazybones Kiankishu Jie's eyes widened and a worried look appeared on his face. Did I ask the mother of the brain-threatening Huang Jianf? Why are you panicking? Gu Shuyue. To bow down and beg for forgiveness, it's okay. Qi. Lu Song Si Jiali. Phi Ko Liao Tuan Bo. Bai Miao Jin Li. Qi Shan Mei. Finger poke. Play. Minamata Shirzwa Ji only panicked black soul. San Er Fan Kiankishu v Emperor's black soul. Why are you timid? The two kids laughed for a while, grilled fish, drank mushroom soup, and fought with Jin for a while. Then they went home happily. Seeing that the two kids were far away, Jin approached Saishomaru and asked, that Qi? Qi? Qi Axian Wui. Fu Wu Dan Jun. Saishomaru gave him a cold look. Is he your illegitimate child? Instantly, Jin was whipped away by Saishomaru's fluffy tail and accurately fell into the middle of the lake. In less than half a second, Jin jumped up from the center of the lake. Behind him, there was a giant piranha with its mouth wide open. Corgi, who was watching by the lake, was speechless. Although the airship ticket was expensive, it was very fast. From Bartogia Sky Arena to Whale Island, which was surrounded by the sea, the distance spanned across half of the map in just 6 hours. It was indeed fast. Yijiosa was wearing a white shirt and jeans, looking youthful and beautiful. Alumi was wearing a long dress, looking conservative and elegant. Oluja was wearing a spaghetti strap miniskirt, looking lively and cute. The three of them, 3 fake women, were more eye-catching than young ladies. It couldn't be helped. Only a man like Shinzi could make herself into the most charming woman in the world. When Yijiosa's scent was carried far away by the sea breeze, Shisamu, who was deep in the forest, revealed a rare, relatively gentle expression. What's more, Yijiosa's scent has been carried far away by the sea breeze. He turned his head and looked into the distance, then instantly turned into a stream of light. Since she found this place, he naturally had to pick her up. However, in order to ensure a smooth journey and not cause any unnecessary commotion, Saishomaru turned into a white firewood and rushed out like an arrow the moment he landed. Then, he saw Yijiosa, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. And the 2 fake women beside her. Saishomaru was speechless. Then, he saw Gilgamesh, who was made of pure gold, and Kirolo, who was made of pure transparent 24K. Saishomaru was speechless. Yes, Yijiosa didn't seem to be lonely at all when he wasn't around. Not only did he have 2 big and small turtles, but he also got a new dog with a new eye. Saishomaru didn't move and rested 3 meters away from Yijiosa, waiting for this stupid woman to notice him. Unfortunately, Saishomaru had underestimated Yijiosa's scumbag. This dog, who had been on the verge of cheating, didn't see him at all. He even raised his hand and pointed in a direction, cheering, "Let's go. Let's go eat something delicious." After saying that, Yijiosa grabbed Olujia's little hand and held Alumi's little arm. He kicked the golden retriever and the Labrador's little buttocks and left in a hurry with his little leather shoes. Saishomaru was speechless. Start vindictive. JPG Yijiosa led his female friends into a local restaurant. Since Whale Island was surrounded by the sea, the restaurant's signature dishes were all seafood. Yijiosa took the menu and focused on ordering. From time to time, he would chat with the waiter, completely ignoring the lonely white firewood squatting next to his seat. Gilgamesh noticed him and looked at him with a horrified expression. Saishomaru responded coldly. Keep vindictive. JPG Yijiosa waved his hand and ordered a bunch of food. Since there were too many customers in the hallway, he didn't notice anything when 7 or 8 pairs of long legs crossed each other. He took the wrappers and decided to go to the toilet before eating. Yijiosa lined up to enter the toilet. However, when women went to the toilet, they had to wait. In order to pass the time, he took out his phone and played a game. He was so focused that he didn't notice White Firewood, who was already squatting 10 centimeters away from his feet. Saishomaru was speechless. Crazily vindictive. JPG Yigyoza ambushed a small boss and picked up 10 basic materials. Suddenly, he felt something brush against his calf. Coincidentally, the long-haired girl walked out. The toilet cubicle was empty. Yigyoza immediately put away his phone and rushed in. In the process, he seemed to have kicked something soft. Hey, don't tell me it's a girl's calf. Yigyoza turned around and saw that everyone was playing with their phones. He scratched his head and complained, weird. Then, he stepped into the cubicle. Saishomaru was speechless. Then, White Firewood used his last bit of stubbornness to turn around and climb onto Yigyoza's seat. But before his flesh could touch the seat for 3 seconds, he met a pair of inorganic black eyes. As he got closer and peeled off the layers of disguise, the smell of blood became more and more familiar. Saishomaru couldn't help but look up and stare at the little bastard in front of him who was more feminine than Yigyoza, Alumi. The tip of his nose twitched. Alumi stared at White Firewood expressionlessly. He raised his hand and pulled out a thin nail from under his ribs. He held the round nail in one hand and aimed the tip at White Firewood's face. He poked it forward lightly. Saishomaru raised his dog paw and smacked the nail askew. Alumi persisted and continued to poke. He thought this white puppy was very cute, especially when it glared at him as if it wanted to tear him apart. It was very similar to Chi, whose limited edition chocolate was snatched away by him. Chi. He had to build a relationship with a puppy like Chi so that he could bring it back to the withered mountain of carnage to play the pet game. Chi. Yao Xiang. Zai Chen Chui. Zai Jia Toad Shu. Tuan Tuan, Face Falcon Blow Copy K. You. Peeling Dysentery. Brother. Suyu Shun Shuoxing Fern. Alumi thought that he was a qualified hunter. Go down. Poke. Go down. Poke. Go down. Poke. Poke. Alumi unknowingly contributed to Yigyoza's hatred and enjoyed it.